I wanna be the best in the game, invest in my name. Check no restraints, I'm obsessed with the pain. I ingest, I retain, assess and I change. Possessed by the thought I'll be free one day from society's restraints. Money, clout and fame, a disease, a plague. We all love to hate, have to play the game, have to make a name. All our insecurities are on display. This is war with the enemy, think that it was meant to be. Living in a time where disease is on every screen. I won't let them fester me, I know most are festering. Negativity is a plague for the mentally weak. No mercy, all I got is working. Never stop searching, never quench the thirsty. I'm toxic and psychotic, with this logic you can't stop it. It's been chronic since I was a boy, so neurotic and chaotic.
I'm built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the cast, you can see all the healing. If the pain's in the past, move on from the grave and put your foot on the gas. No, never stop competing, yeah. I've been doing this, I'm on it. I just wanna be iconic. Sipping on a gin and tonic, got me going off when I'm on this topic, yeah. If I ever play, I want it. You know that I'm always honest. Stay away from those who are toxic. Keep them out your face, no way, you don't want them, yeah. Don't try to drain my energy. The enemy is everything. It's mentally, unhealthily spreading like a rare disease. But I won't let it get to me. I don't need your therapy. I can leave a legacy of leading by intensity. Come on, we can fight this. Freedom is priceless. Spread just like a virus. Living in a crisis. Do you feel courageous? Do you seek greatness? Trust me, you can take it. Go on and take your aim. Yeah. I'm built to last with the webs I'm weaving. I could change the past with all I'm achieving. Got my foot on gas, never stop competing. If you break like glass, then this life's gonna eat 'em. Make mistakes real fast, then you learn how to beat 'em. If you take off the gas, you can see all the healing. If the pain
Just ask them how I did it. I got out the limo, grabbed her hand, went upstairs and fucked her. I mean, this is some shameful shit.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
Stop bouncing me. Yay!
I'm in Miami right now. I'm in Miami right now. I'm in after your file. I'm on Ocean Drive. I'm in Miami. In Miami right now. I'm in after your file right now. On Ocean Drive right now. That's on my mama. I'm in Miami. I'm the I go to the window, so I'm going to Cali. I said I'm too official. I'm out with them niggas. I said, man, the rapper on the city, that nigga, he wicked. We pull out with them guns, you know me in the real. Well, mama pays, I ain't having ever since that I was real. Yeah, I came up like an 8-pack and I will never squeal. But never ever on my mouth, cause that's what I'm too real. Yeah, I'm in the East Coast, I'm living life for real. Why the fuck you can hate it? I ride you to chill. You gon' really piss me off, and I'ma pull up on the steel. I'ma pull up on the drink, go and get your ass killed.
Man, stop capping,
cause I'm fucking wicked. I pull up to your city, tell your location, bitch. You know we fuck that shit. My youngest know you killin', I wanna grind, got money on my mind, no money on my wrist, so I can tell the time. You know I'm rapping and jobbing, I'm trying to eat. All around the world I'm doing shows, I really come to eat. Hey, they trying to play on me, I swear I'm doing shit. One more time, I was poor and I ain't have shit. Every day I'm just riding by the same outfit. I done came up, I'm switching cars, yeah, I'm switching shit. These niggas mad at me, they wanna call me. I'm in Miami right now, I'm off of South Beach. I'm living large, I'm living life. They know me, wanna take my life. Yeah, it's on my mama. I'm in Miami, I'm out there doing video shooting, going to Cali. I'm on my mama, and I'm in Miami right now. I'm in the 305, yeah, I'm on Ocean Drive. Pull up with a red car, my life is on now. They wanna play with me, they wanna clone me. I'm bad bitch, Latino, she wanna sleep with me. I'm in the 305 right now. I'm in Miami right now. On Ocean Drive right now. I'm in Miami right now. I'm in Miami. I'm in the 305. 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 I'm in Miami right now. Yeah, I'm on Ocean Drive. I'm in Miami right now. Yeah, I'm on Ocean Drive. Yeah, in the front car. That's don't look at me. I'm the youngest in the game. You can't beat me. Cause I'm that nigga from the bottom. Dude, I will never change. Diamonds on my really, I got diamonds on my chain. I'm in this song, no, that's right, ain't no game. Yeah. In Miami right now. And the 305. Yeah.
From the streets, bitch.
Yo, man's best friend. And look what I got for Father's Day. Special request. They offered me all kind of fancy stuff. I wanted me a Hungry Jack. Old school at noon.
Hungry man.
A Hungry Man. Salisbury steak. You guys ain't ready for this type of thing. Remember the chicken, the fries? This is the one I'm with the little. I'm going all in with this one. Happy Father's Day.
Late night crew. Fuck going on, man? God is great, ain't he? Won't you say what's up to your boy? It's Friday, fuckers. Hope you having a good one. Shout out to Madeline. Madeline in the cut one time. Thanks for the birthday gift. Trending with the 6 wop. Real Magnolia in the cup one time. Shout out to Bob and Janice. Looking out for football. MC Heavyweighter, what's up? Cuz. Janice Bob was good. Joy, we back outside. Magnolia, what up, Neff? Awake, Josu. Potato Gaming. Madeline. Mish was in the cut one time. Big was happening. We back the fuck outside. Oh, this shit crazy. Berg, what's happening? T-Love, what it do? This shit crazy. Jay Von Barksdale. J-Rock, what up, kid? Wyoming gal. Gus, Mr. and Mrs. Gus, what's the fuck's going on? We back outside. Hey, this shit coming out of New York, Gus, is apparently Fat Joe's the Don. Ain't this a bitch? Allegedly. This is all alleged. Would I say that Joe is bigger than Diddy? I wouldn't necessarily say that, but he definitely got more alleged crime tendencies than Diddy. The shit in this paperwork, which shout out to Diddy Docket on a copy of the paperwork. Big shout out to Diddy Docket. We had a court filing today. I know that YouTube's lawyers hate when I say this, but we got a massive lawsuit update, man. Fuck you niggas. I say what I want to say. YouTube want me to care about their First Amendment right to call me a pedophile. Are y'all for real? The First Amendment does not cover defamation, you morons. Also, I'm not a government entity. So this thing where I'm going against your First Amendment, shut up. I mean, his name was Joey Crack. I mean, here we are. It's all starting to line up, Gus. It's all starting to line up. It just makes me laugh because nobody's ever taken Joe serious like that. Joe has said a lot of shit. I will say this about Joe. Joe has said a lot of shit that people swore he was just making up and lying about. I don't know if we can really feel that way that much anymore. I mean, them niggas, bro. This is the gist of this case.
This the kidnappers again.
Man, stop saying that shit over the phone. Damn.
I can't say shit, can I?
Joey fucking Crack. The nigga's name is Joe Crack, bro. Can't even make this shit up. Michael, what the fuck going on, man? It ain't nothing but a paperwork party tonight. We got some paperwork we gotta read about YouTube. We got some paperwork we gotta read about, man, we got some paperwork we gotta read about Fat Joe, bro. This nigga Fat Joe wildin', nigga. Hey, Remy Ma, I heard you. I'm glad you squashed your shit with Fat Joe, cause that shit could have turned out bad for you. Nigga, they done set Unc up again, bro. This is bullshit. How many times this year? I'm sick of the white man. The white man always fucking with us. Speaking about the white man, niggas, I gotta get at y'all. I'm so fucking mad at one particular nigga. Niggas, I'm gonna say it's on all of us, because I read the comments, and the comments let me know that, yeah, I gotta blame niggas. I was like, how many people are gonna say something about this shit? And it was literally like, one motherfucker. I was like, really? I was like, really? Only one of y'all niggas is gonna say something to this shit? I'm gonna definitely play it before I play my song today. Chadrick, what's happening? I know white people happy than a motherfucker for what they about to see. White people, don't get yourself in trouble with the shit I'm about to show. So I know it's real easy to get caught up in the moment. Don't get yourselves in trouble. But I ain't gonna lie, when I tell you I'm about to light a fire up under this shit, I saw this shit and I was so motherfucking mad, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Cause we all know yesterday was Juneteenth. See, I knew it was a problem when we had a fucking ghetto ass name holiday. That's one reason why I ain't ever want to really fuck with Juneteenth. Why we gotta call it Juneteenth? Why everything gotta be with a fucking Ebonics twist, man? Y'all get on my fucking nerves. I ain't even got a blunt, nigga. Gus, with the motherfucking 31 piece, get him some sauce. Oh my goodness, tell me I didn't do what I think I did. Hold on 2 seconds. If I did what I think I did, I'm about to be so mad at myself. Whew. Nope. No need to be mad at myself just yet. I think I was supposed to go get blunts today and forgot. Now I got a couple right here that should work. I do have one in the back. All right. If not, we gonna be on the pen tonight. We gonna be on the pen tonight. We gonna be on that pen tonight. Let me get this blunt rolled because I'm about to be mad at black people for a hot second. So to all my Latin friends, my Mexican homies, my Cubanos, and white people, fuck y'all. This is some of the most embarrassing shit I've ever seen in my life. That's why this bitch got roasted on her own fucking show and embarrassed herself. I might as well tell y'all who I'm mad at. I'm mad at fucking Kendra G. That fucking cake face, narcissistic, can't get a man, can't keep a man, but I'm single by choice. Face ass, bald head, scallywag, ain't got no hair in the back, front, nor the sides. When I tell you this whore made me mad, so many of you big YouTubers gonna hate me so much here soon. Cause I got a, what do they call it, a premonition? Yeah, we getting ready to be big. Allegedly. This is all alleged. This bitch is bald head, nigga. Pudding pop face ass bitch. Oh, I'm fine because I put on all this expensive makeup. And just like an old nigga, Kendra G, you not rich. Why you be trying to make people think you rich? You are not rich. You not rich. You better be careful blowing this money. This bitch be moving like she rich. You not rich. What, could you make maybe 5 figures a month? You think you rich? Nigga, your hair weaves and makeup eat all of that shit up. Nah, let me just go ahead. Kendra G celebrating Juneteenth.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Your hand like this. Yeah, gotcha.
First of all, when it's Juneteenth and you're black in Beverly Hills, this is why they should never give you niggas money. This is why they should never give you niggas money. You out here with these fake titties and BBL, thinking you really, they can't give all of you niggas money because some of you niggas don't know how to act. Just so you know, Kendra, they laugh at you when they take your money. They don't look at you like them. Go off, sis.
Cause I'm black, niggas are black, the niggas black.
So did you just do a salute to, did you do a Heil Hitler on your way out? Oh my God, bro.
Your hand like this. Yeah, gotcha. Cause I'm black, niggas are black, the niggas black. Niggas are black, the niggas I'm black, niggas are black, the niggas black, the niggas black, the niggas I'm black and I'm proud, I'm black and I'm proud, I'm black and I'm proud, I'm black and I'm proud. You got to say, they want the black. Cause I'm black, niggas are black. I can never be white. Shake if your leg, wiggle if your leg, bounce if your leg, if your leg is around, let me see you put your hands up. Let me see you put your, if your leg is around, let me see you put
I can't stand that bitch, bro. Chicago, this is you niggas. Dalton, I'm blaming you. You close enough. I can't, bro, you niggas ain't shit. This is why I don't be celebrating shit like Juneteenth, because y'all don't take none of this shit seriously any motherfucking way. This is the shit you doing. Out here embarrassing your fucking self. You think you cute because you got all that horsehair on your head, bitch? Don't nobody want to do nothing but fuck you. And guess what? I know you can't fuck. I'm quite certain of it. Most niggas is disappointed. This goofy ass bitch. This is the most, bro, just embarrassing shit, bro. This is why I just can't roll with all niggas. And I know I get flack from it, but fuck you niggas. Let me show you why I can't roll with all niggas. You think this nigga's taking you serious? He already on his phone texting. Yeah, I'm holding this door for this goofy black bitch. She thinks she cute. Look at these motherfuckers just doing this shit in front of white people because you want all the white people out in Beverly Hills to see what happens when niggas get a little bit of money. You can't afford to be out there like that. You just can't, Kendra. You can't. That motherfucking cheap. Why don't you spend some money on that cheap ass dating app? Fucking goofy.
Yeah, gotcha. Cause I'm black, niggas are black.
I am extremely proud to be black. My not celebrating Juneteenth ain't even got nothing to do with being black or being ashamed to be black. I am who I am. It's that these situations have been hijacked by whores like this. And nobody in my community, y'all say we a community, nobody in my community will ever say anything to her. Go read the comments. They all cheering this ignorant ass shit on. You mean to tell me all of our black ancestors went through all the shit they went through for this? This was the ancestors' dream. 'Cause I grew up in all black church. I grew up in an African Methodist Episcopal church. I didn't grow up celebrating shit like this. We grew up talking about shit like this. This is fucking embarrassing, nigga. And y'all know I tries not to be on that shit. I try to leave this shit alone, but this shit is fucking embarrassing. This shit's a joke to her. Oh, I'm gonna put these boots on and shit. I'm gonna look like I was really out marching for some shit. Right, but if some niggas really needed Kendra G to come march, is she coming to help? No. No. They always want to get in front of white people showing out. And showing niggas, oh, we got to go dance in front of Louis Vuitton. That's your dream is to make sure you can get labels from white people. Why ain't you dancing in front of some small black businesses? Why don't you come do your Juneteenth parade through all the black businesses out there? Because you want to be around white people. You just want white people to give you special exceptions for your blackness. You don't give a fuck about niggas. You don't want to be around niggas. You got the fuck up out of Chicago. Chicago is a great place for people to live when they got money. Am I lying? Anybody up there? Am I lying? Is Chicago not a great place to live if you got a gang of money? Nope. She got to get away from niggas. She wants to be the special nigga. She got to be out there dancing and peacocking all for white people.
Black, 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 black,
But
yeah, gotcha.
Cause yeah, Kendra, we gotta show you getting in the motherfucking. Yeah, you getting in the Bentley. Let's see you driving it though. Where's the footage of you driving it? And where's the title papers? This is what's wrong with you niggas. You're literally trying to help keep niggas broke. The way you are about money, makeup, hair, and all this shit. You literally are a bitch that makes a decent coin, but because of your expensive ass taste, you live check to check. That shit's fucking crazy. I guarantee your fucking credit card debt is out of fucking control. See, she wants you to see that she getting in the motherfucking Bentley. Show me you driving it. Oh, those weren't even ankle monitors. Those was two like little pouch purses.
Your hand like this.
But yeah, but to regular white people, this just looks like some ankle monitors. If you can see, you'll see the little zipper. You see the little zipper right there? And she thinks she is so fucking fine. And I'm like, don't nobody actually know what you look like, Kendra, because you wear so much fucking makeup and all. You just fake. You look plastic.
Cause I'm black, niggas are black.
These are Prada purses, right? Just Prada, all this name brand shit she cannot afford. Oh, I thought you was in the Bentley. Now you just walking through a crossroad. Hey, white people, I'ma just twerk in the middle of this motherfucker. This is embarrassing. She think this shit funny. Trying to make white people, the white lady laughing at your goofy ass. Sick of this shit. I'm tired of this shit. I'm sick of this bitch. Where does bitch get money from? Okay, let's talk about where, if I'm going overboard, let's talk about where the fuck Kendra G get money from. What is her content centered around? Embarrassing the fucking shit out of black people. Am I lying? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Her whole content is, I will go live and put the most trifling ass black women on, the most trifling ass black men on, and let them fucking embarrass themselves over and over. I'm sick of this bitch. I'm fucking sick of Kendra G, bro. And that's why you still single. And Kevin Samuels told you to your face, buy a dog and die alone. When are you going to buy the dog?
Black and I'm brown, not black and I'm brown, not black and I'm brown. You got to say it.
Yep, because this is how you show that you black and proud. Go dance in the middle of a fucking crosswalk while somebody videotapes you in Beverly Hills. With your non-dancing ass, the fake ass teeth, everything about you fake. Yep. Let's teach the kids. Come on, kids. Let's go dance in front of the Louis Vuitton store. So, you know, since y'all can't afford it, maybe you two little young niggas will start selling crack, and you little girl, you can start you an OnlyFans and y'all can get some Louis Vuitton before you know it. Here you go, dancing in front of another car that ain't yours, with white people who are out here mocking Juneteenth with Kendra G. This ain't what's happening? Random News was happening. Cam was happening. Number 5, Clee. Angel. Oh, I agree, Angel. This is why I'm making sure I say, is she not sitting here making a mockery of Juneteenth with the white people? I wouldn't even set my white friends up like this. I would rather talk to my white friends about some shit than be like, hey, white buddies, come help me make this fucking niggerish video where we gon' motherfucking clown and make fun of Juneteenth. I thought Juneteenth was some serious shit. How long have we had the holiday as a federal holiday? Because I know a lot of black people, if you know, you know. It's been recognized for years in the black community. How long has it been recognized as a federal holiday? Ain't been that long, right? 2021, 4 years in, look what we got. Look at what we got already. Look at what we got already. Shit makes me so mad. Reality Check TV Chicago, my brother in Christ. Look at the black people back, or the white people back here laughing at you. This is supposed to be about Juneteenth. Why are you out here shucking and jiving for white people? This ain't shucking and jiving for white people? Oh, it can only be shucking and jiving if the white people ask for it? Nah, that ain't how that work. That ain't how that shit work. No. The white. Shake if your leg, wiggle if your leg, bounce if your leg, in your round, let me see you put your hands up. Let me see you put your, if your leg in your round, let me see you put your. This is where we at. This is where the fuck we at with the shit. Miss Hines was happening. I don't think I officially said what up. This is where we at with this shit. This bitch got a whole show that is literally against all the principles of Juneteenth. Did y'all see when that nigga clowned her with the 5 kids and she couldn't say shit? Did you see that? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Then I got to listen to my songs. We got some papers we got to read. MABW, I think you was the one that had a good copy of it. I want y'all to see this shit. She didn't know what the fuck to say. She had no idea what to say. Where is this nigga at? I really don't want to. I'm not using your video because you a bitch. Where is this nigga at? Cause this nigga fucked her world up, nigga. It brought such a smile to my face. Cause she couldn't say shit, nigga. She wanted to say something, she couldn't say a motherfucking thing, nigga. Let's see. Just so many niggas you've embarrassed. It's the amount of niggas that have run, and then y'all niggas be going to her show looking for fucking help. And this nigga, he got like 5 kids. You got clowned by a nigga with a gang of fucking kids. Even though I don't like you, nigga, we gonna roll with yours. This shit was the funniest shit ever. Bam. Here it is. I found it. Look at this shit. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this. Somebody come and look at this.
Hello? Yeah. What's the big secret about the year you got married?
It's not a question already. You asked me when I got married.
Tell me again your 3 flaws.
See, you like to have all this extra energy for black man that you would never have for a white man. I've seen you around white men and you don't ever act like this around white men.
Like I said, I think I can work on my temper, my patience, and my attitude.
Why would a woman be lucky to be with your ass?
Why would a woman be lucky to be with your ass? So let me give you a little background on this nigga right quick. This nigga got 4 kids and 1 on the way. His girl is sitting right there with him, and they together are looking for another girl to add to their relationship. Now, I know that sounds fucked up because that is some trash ass shit, right? He just got home from the feds, all this shit, right? But if he was a woman sitting up here with 5 kids, she wouldn't give this nigga no smoke. None. So for her to just, I don't understand why she don't have no set standards on her show. She's so thirsty for content, so thirsty for money because she got to pay for these cowboy hats and weave. You call and you talking about you got 4 kids with 1 on the way and you and your girl looking to add a girl to your shit. This ain't that type of show. Click. Nope. She thirsty. So now she want to try to insult this nigga. Why would a woman be lucky to have your ass? She would never say that to a woman.
Cause I'm a catch. You know? You gotta find out. You know, a lot. You could brag about, I could say this, that, and third, but at the end of the day, in order to know why would somebody like me or fall in love with me, you have to find out yourself. All right. You raising your hand.
What part makes you a catch?
I'm saying just because people got like flaws or they got things going on in their life, I can handle that. That's my shit. I can handle that. You get what I'm saying? But that don't take from my character. That don't take from my charm. That don't take from whatever I bring to the table. You get what I'm saying? So you could be judgmental. Anybody could be judgmental of somebody's situation, but everybody got their own situations.
So GQ, what would be the benefits of a woman?
Yeah, I'm proud of that. I'm losing my shit on the top. Not so much. Not as bad as it could be. But yeah, I ain't got no motherfucking 5 head, nigga. I still got somewhat of a hairline up under this motherfucker. Plus my hair wet. I just got out of the tub too. And plus I keep my shit short. I keep my shit short anyway.
Signing up to participate with you and your wife that's currently pregnant.
Growth and development, growth. Just growing together, living life, and just appreciating what's in front of us at the time. You get what I'm saying?
Wow. Well, is there an age range you want to date?
Well, I guess, like from, 29 to like 40.
Should she be in Connecticut?
Nah. No.
Well, you have to be on the Kendra G Singles dating app. Are you on the Kendra G Singles dating app?
You hear this, ladies? These are the niggas that Kendra G's trying to get in y'all dating pool. Anything for fucking money. She's trying to tell y'all this nigga ain't shit, but and for the record, I got more hair on top of my head than Kendra on everything. I can put on a wig and have them locks like hers as well.
Nah, I sign up though.
All right, let me show you what it looks like. What would your name on the app? Okay, your name is GQ. I'm quite sure.
Potato Gaming, the fucking app is trash. People have been scammed by Africans. They had to ban Africans off the app. That's why I laugh when she be spending all this money on all this shit that don't matter. Her app, the UI, all this shit is garbage.
Sure, GQ's taken. Do you have another nickname?
Big Papa.
Okay, I'm gonna check it in a second. All right, this is the dating app, Kendra G Singles.
Why is the dating app a big ass picture of you? Like, she's so fucking full of herself, bro.
So make sure you download that, and you want your username to be Big Papa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Papa.
No, you like saying that?
No, I don't. When I'm talking about Biggie Smalls, yes. I had a different nickname for you, but I wanted you to choose for yourself. Big
what
Papa,
nickname you got for me?
Big Papa.
What nickname you got for me?
No, it's okay. Big Papa is taken.
I could have told you that before you looked, you idiot.
We got Big Papa 0511 is taken. Do you have another nickname you want to do?
I don't know. You make up the name. I'll go with whatever you make up.
Okay, you want me to make up the name?
Yeah.
I can see the look on his face. He percolating, nigga.
Pregnant wife just got home from the feds.
Uh-oh.
And 4 other women.
Well, why you so judgmental, though?
Uh-oh.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
Why what you think? You hot shit or something? You think you hot shit because you cake up your face with a bunch of makeup? And you got somebody else hair on your head?
It was at this moment that she knew she fucked up.
You got utterly destroyed by a nigga fresh home from the feds with 4 kids and 1 on the way. This is why you shouldn't be judging motherfuckers, bro.
With that stupid ass cowboy hat?
Cowboy Carter it is.
What you think? You think you bad? You trash for real.
I'm trash,
you get up on here
but you on my show.
talking
No, he's not on your show for you though. That's your comeback, but you on my show though. He's not there for you. They looking for another bitch. They weren't trying to get with you. They was looking for, you too old. They looking for somebody 29 to 40. That don't include you. But you on my show though. Yeah, I'm looking for one of these trash ass. You be having a lot of trashy bitches on here, so I was seeing if me and my girl could dust one of these hoes off. My girl pregnant. She said I could fuck another bitch since she ain't trying to do it. So shit, we not here trying to fuck you.
You call my show. Let's get this straight. Let me understand this. Here's the deal.
Rage quit. Rage quit. You nigga, you mean to tell me a nigga with 4 kids, 1 on the way, you couldn't handle that? You had to rage quit that nigga? You do think you hot shit with all that caked up makeup on and somebody else's hair on your head. You do. That's why you had no answer for that. Your only answer for that is, but you trying to be on my show, not to get with you. She had to hang up on that nigga. She had to hang up on homie, bro. She had to hang up on homie. Her hat does look stupid though. She looks stupid. She's fake as shit. I always laugh at girls who put on all of these contraptions, different makeup, weave, like a bunch of it. She wears a bunch of weave, not just a little bit. She wears a lot of weave. She don't wear just a little bit of makeup. She wear a lot of it. And then she thinks that she's a 10. If you were a 10, you wouldn't have to put on all this bullshit. You wouldn't have all this fake ass plastic going on. You ain't got no butt shots, Kendra. Stop playing, nigga. Who the fuck decides at 50 they gonna get a fat ass? Like, just loser behavior, bro. Should have never gave you niggas money. All right. Since I took my beginning time that I was gonna use to discuss the YouTube case, I guess I'll do the YouTube last, since people are here to hear about Joe, since people have now gotten here. Well, I guess I'll vote. Do you want me to read the shit from YouTube first? Press 1. If you're ready to go ahead and talk Fat Joe, press 2. I'll let y'all decide. It's Friday. It really doesn't matter to me, so don't be voting what you think. If I wanted something, I'd have just picked it. Because all I got to do is get the other shit on the record. So that's why I'm like, it ain't even that important. I was going to do it right now or like before Kendra, but Kendra G pissed me off. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. All right, I'm gonna just read the declaration. The declaration is shorter. We'll just read the declaration so you can get the gist of it. You'll be able to get the gist from the declaration. And then we'll double back with the other later. That seems like a good compromise. This was filed today in the United States District Court of the United States District Court, Northern District of California, as some people will call it. Declaration of Deshae Hall Sr. in support of plaintiff's reply to defendant's opposition to plaintiff's motion for sanctions and for a protective order. I, Deshae Hall Sr., declare as follows. I am the plaintiff in the above entitled action and proceeding pro se. I am over 18 years of age and competent to make this declaration. I make this declaration in support of plaintiff's reply to defendant YouTube LLC's opposition to plaintiff's motion for sanctions and for a protective order. The facts set forth herein are true and correct to the best of my personal knowledge. Personal circumstances highlighting undue burden and insensitivity of defense counsel. My family has endured an exceptionally difficult and prolonged period of personal hardship that began in February 2025 when my mother-in-law suffered a severe medical crisis that led to her falling into a coma. My wife, her oldest child, immediately traveled alone to Indianapolis, Indiana, where her mother resided, and remained there for 2 weeks to be by her side. During this time, I remained in Oklahoma, balancing my work responsibilities and single-handedly caring for our 2 children, a 15-year-old girl for one more day, one more hour, and 3-year-old boy, while also attempting to manage the demands of this case. My mother-in-law then endured 2 arduous months in the ICU and rehabilitation. In May 2025, my wife again returned to Indianapolis, this time taking our children with her. During this critical period, I was tragically unable to join them due to being entirely consumed with dealing with the filing of my amended complaint and the immediate escalating harassment that ensued over it. This unavoidable absence directly caused by the demands of this litigation and defendant's subsequent retaliatory conduct guaranteed that I would not see my mother-in-law alive in person again. This profound personal loss culminated in my mother-in-law's passing on June 2nd, 2025. This loss has taken an immense toll on my entire family, but particularly on my wife, who, as the oldest daughter, experienced the profound grief of losing her father 25 years ago on June 7th, 2000. Her mother's death has reopened deeply painful wounds. My oldest daughter, who was extremely close to her grandmother and spoke with her daily despite our family being in Oklahoma and her grandmother in Indianapolis, has also been profoundly affected. The logistical and emotional burdens associated with managing all funeral arrangements and supporting my grieving family have been overwhelming. This required me to immediately suspend all other activities, including my focus on this litigation, and travel to Indianapolis to assist my wife and family during this time of intense grief. Compounding this personal tragedy, I am forced to live with the profound regret of not having seen my mother-in-law in person since 2023. Our planned family trip to Indianapolis in July of last year, 2024, was regrettably canceled because I had to travel instead to California to personally file suit against YouTube. To now have defense counsel, Ms. Knoll, implicitly assume that plaintiffs wanted to disappoint his wife to drive 30 hours to file suit and then to contend with the death of his mother-in-law without having seen her again is a downright insult. Such an assumption demonstrates a profound lack of empathy and a deliberate disregard for the extraordinary personal sacrifices and burdens this litigation has already imposed on my family. The ongoing litigation harassment orchestrated or facilitated by defending YouTube, which persists and demands my attention, has therefore placed an extremely unreasonable and undue burden upon me and my family during this period of intense personal grief and upheaval. I simply do not have the time nor the mental or emotional capacity to constantly defend myself from defendants' alleged misconduct while my family grieves. I also permitted this conduct to go on for months before being compelled to involve the court. Further evidence of this undue burden and drain on my time and resources is a recent email I received directly from YouTube creators on June 13th, 2025, titled, "Hey, LNC Gaming, taking a break? We'll always welcome you back." This email from YouTube itself confirms that the demands of this litigation, including the ongoing harassment and need to respond to defendants' tactics, have indeed forced me to take a significant break from managing my other YouTube channels, directly impacting my ability to pursue my online endeavors and further consuming my already limited time and resources. Factual basis for motion for sanctions and protective order and counsel's misconduct. The event compelling this motion for sanctions was not a single isolated act. Instead, it is part of a continuous and escalating pattern of misconduct by YouTube and its agents that began well before the most recent retaliation. This pattern includes actions such as the fake court papers on January 14, 2025, followed by the sexualizing a minor accusation on February 7, 2025, and culminating with the direct retaliation to my amended complaint on May 27, 2025. These initiating events occurred well beyond the 21-day safe harbor period for Rule 11, clearly demonstrating a long-standing course of conduct that necessitated judicial intervention due to its persistent nature and counsel's refusal to engage. My claims in this lawsuit are not about an online feud. The case specifically involves a license I received directly from YouTube for the song Built to Last, which YouTube subsequently failed to protect, allowing a takedown. My claims also detail YouTube's direct involvement in the false sexualizing a minor accusation and YouTube's acceptance of fraudulent court papers, both of which originated from YouTube's own internal processes and failures, not from external user disputes. Factual basis for counsel's misconduct and need for court intervention. Throughout the course of this litigation, I have made repeated and documented attempts to engage YouTube's counsel, Kelly Knoll, in substantive dialogue regarding these ongoing issues of platform abuse and harassment. On May 27, 2025 at 9 p.m., I emailed Ms. Knoll specifically detailing the retaliatory takedown of my video. On May 29, 2025 at 5:02 p.m., I sent a final good faith warning email to Ms. Knoll, explicitly stating my intent to file a motion for sanctions if the issues were not resolved by the end of that business day. In response to these urgent communications, Ms. Knoll consistently stonewalled, providing a complete lack of substantive response regarding the harassment. For example, in her email of May 29, 2025 at 7:34 p.m., she responded only about a scheduling stipulation, completely ignoring the urgent issues I had raised. On May 29, 2025 at 7:59 p.m., I clearly communicated to Ms. Knoll that I would not consent to any stipulation due to the escalating retaliation. Ms. Knoll's subsequent email on May 29, 2025 at 9:20 p.m. further demonstrated her unwillingness to acknowledge or address the context of the ongoing harassment. This pattern of behavior is consistent with prior instances such as an email exchange on January 6, 2025, where Ms. Knoll improperly insisted that I obtain an attorney before she would communicate with me. As a pro se litigant, I have an undeniable right to communicate directly with defense counsel, and counsel's attempts to refuse such communication are a blatant disrespect for my rights and a violation of the spirit of direct engagement in litigation. This persistent stonewalling has forced me to file motions, thereby consuming my already limited time and resources and burdening the court's schedule with matters that YouTube could have resolved instantly through its counsel. On my YouTube show, I play a character that uses foul language. However, this character never lies or makes threats, and in fact teaches people not to use violence or illegally misuse YouTube's systems in disagreements, but rather to fight for themselves in court. All of my official court filings and correspondence with counsel, including every email I have sent, have been completely professional, free of profanity, and have consistently shown the utmost good faith. The content of my YouTube show, where I play a character using foul language, is distinct from my formal legal communications. I have never been in a courtroom concerning this case. The video referred to by defense counsel that allegedly shows me improperly filming myself in the court filing my lawsuit actually shows me only walking into the courthouse. Security was present and posed no objection to my filming. This accusation by defense counsel is a fabrication intended to malign my character. Defense counsel's attempts to use my YouTube content, including selectively quoting from it, to portray me negatively or suggest improper conduct are themselves tactics designed to distract from the direct issues of this motion. This confirms that counsel is not willing to instruct their client to stop the harassment and will instead continue to try to smear my character rather than respond to the direct issues of misconduct that she has conveniently failed to deny in her response. If counsel has indeed been watching my shows, then she knows exactly how her client YouTube has been violating the law and its own terms, and the profound impact this has had, including the severe family issues concerning my mother-in-law and the personal toll. This motion in the upcoming court session would not be necessary if counsel had simply instructed her client to cease these ongoing retaliatory actions. Not only has she refused to do so, but she explicitly calls it unreasonable to expect her client to stop doing things that directly affect my business, my family life, and my ability to litigate this case. It is the height of hypocrisy for counsel to claim harm via abuse and insults when her client makes actual defamatory statements against me, implying I am a pedophile by accusing me of sexualizing a minor, which directly led to the removal of 2 of my videos and a loss of 1 week pay. It is unacceptable for YouTube to defame my reputation by falsely labeling me, yet counsel deems my in-character language delivered without elevated tone as problematic. To be clear, YouTube does not have a First Amendment right to defame me by implying I am a pedophile through a false sexualizing a minor claim. While the First Amendment protects speech, it explicitly does not protect defamatory statements that are flat out lies and irreparably damage an individual's reputation if the claim were true. The First Amendment would apply. However, given its demonstrable falsity and the severe harm it causes, YouTube cannot hide behind the First Amendment or broad discretion to facilitate or make such malicious and false accusation. No YouTube channel did that. It was YouTube themselves through their own systems and policies and that initiated this damaging claim. Necessity of court intervention. Defendants' response to my motion for sanctions and protective order confirms their unwillingness to cease harassment and their persistent refusal to acknowledge its gravity. Their claim that my request to be left alone during litigation is unreasonable proves that harassment will likely continue and will certainly be ignored by the defense. Furthermore, defendants' explicit threat to seek reasonable expenses, including attorney fees, should I persist in filing frivolous motions is a coercive tactic. This threat, coupled with the ongoing harassment, adds to the undue burden and expense as I am being forced to file these motions to seek protection from their client's misconduct, not to pursue frivolous claims. YouTube's categorical denial of the necessity for a protective order, coupled with their broad assertion of discretion over content, even in the face of alleged litigation-related harassment, implicitly confirms their perceived right to allow such unchecked platform abuse to continue during litigation. This motion in the upcoming court session would not be necessary if counsel had simply instructed her client to cease these ongoing retaliatory actions. Not only has she refused to do so, but she explicitly calls it unreasonable to expect her client to stop doing things that directly affect my business, my family life, and my ability to litigate this case. I simply want the court to see the whole unvarnished picture rather than the highly edited and distorted versions of this case that defense counsel continuously attempts to present. I declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the United States of America that the foregoing is true and correct, executed on June 20th, 2025, signed Deshae Hall Sr. I'm not playing with y'all. Kelly, you want to go down this route? Cool, bro. I'll read pieces of the actual shit here in a little while. I'll do it after we do Joe. Pause. I'm not playing with y'all. You can't do the shit the First Amendment does not. This bitch was like, me wanting them to not call me a pedophile is pushing up on their First Amendment rights. You don't have the First Amendment right to call me a pedophile, you whore. The fuck is wrong with y'all? He said whore. You called me a pedophile. I don't want to hear anything about my language when you on record saying I'm a pedophile. Fuck you. And go ahead, misquote it. Because I already saw where you tried to misquote me last time, and I gave the judge the whole quote that shows how big of a liar y'all niggas are. White woman going in the courtroom complaining about me saying nigga is rich. I won't let black people tell me I can't say nigga, and I sure as shit won't let nobody white tell me either. He said nigga and bitch, you called me a pedophile. So, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. All you niggas had to do was just stop. Troy Terrain, bye-bye. July 9th, Troy. They getting ready to get a protective order against them to leave me alone, and they gonna come after you because they gotta blame it on somebody, and because they not taking blame. They try blaming it on me. We have the right to call him a pedophile. No, you don't. No, you don't. Unless if you prove that I'm a pedophile, then yeah, you can call me that. Good luck. I hope that's y'all plan is y'all gonna spend the next 19 days or so, 19 days. Y'all gonna spend the next 2.5 weeks trying to prove that Shay's a pedophile. This would be a great strategy. Please waste that time. Now, Fat Joe. Fat Joe, I got a couple songs I want to listen to, bro. And then it's time to go to work. Hey, man, shout out to everybody who's been riding with your boy. It's been almost a year. July 5th will make an exact year since we filed in court, bro. It's either the 5th or the 7th. I have to look, but it's been almost a year, y'all. Hit the like button, first of all. Well, I guess secondly. Secondly, hit the like button. Thirdly, I want to be fully transparent, even though I know nobody cares. If the link get hit tonight for the $20 goal, if we hit our $20 goal, all of the goals going towards my daughter. She's celebrating 16 years tomorrow. It don't make me feel old. It just makes me feel disbelief. Like, this little motherfucker, 16, bro. So for full transparency, the goal will be going towards my daughter. And I won't be staying all extra late tonight because, you know, we're going to the water park tomorrow for her birthday. Capiche? All right. I'm glad we are all on the same fucking page. Hey, let's get ready to... This Joe shit is unbelievable. Foxy, what's happening? This Joe shit unbelievable. Let me hear my songs and then let's talk Fat Joe, bro.
Let's go.
Platinum chains down on my dick. I'm so sick. I'm like flames. Light up your bitch. Get a hot like Dro and fire in the mix. Left you at the club alone. Now she hiding in my whip. Kick it. I know just what you need. You need to fuck with me. Cause when you ballin' with Joey, you in another league. Something like Doji, Chloe, diamonds, and better weed. A four-wheeling through roads you might have never seen. Take you on trips, you know the minimal shit, the basic. Long as your dip is official with a twist when you lace it. Spin it amazing when I'm laying the Mac game. I could put them in training, give them blings and catchy names like Delicious, Thug, Passion, and Candy Cane. Or you could stay with your main and just live plain. I all with the best of them, floss in the emblem. First play a front, get applause from TS and them. I know what bitches like, they wanna live their life. They want a nigga with they fingers that can give them eyes. They wanna chill up in the villa with me every night.
Yeah, why you got it right, that's what my bitches like. But I know what niggas like, they wanna hit it right. They want a chick that's willing to strip on the first night. The type of chick that'll make you forget about your wife.
Yeah, ma, you got it right, that's what my niggas like.
I pull up to the club in the truck, like what the fuck is up? Hot out with the blunt, cause I don't give a fuck with no ID. Niggas know who I be, and I know when niggas like me. Pretty women on the rocks in the VIP. See, niggas like Menards and overnight parties, but naked bitches in the hotel lobby. I place the bar cause they don't charge me. Plus niggas like dogs, so bras and white tees. Outside it's a fight over me, cause I'm with niggas like, you better get it right. You know my shit is tight. If you like, we'll be fucking today. As long as you ain't touching my pay, this shit is nothing to me. I got my mind right, my money right. I'm pushing the bins, plus I'm a dime like. Got niggas looking for rim. I know what niggas like. They wanna hit it right. They want a chick that's willing to strip on the first night. The type of chick that'll make you forget about your wife.
Yeah, ma, you got it right, that's what my niggas like. But I know what bitches like, they wanna live their life. They want a nigga with they fingers that can give them eyes. They wanna chill up in the villa with me every night.
Yeah, why you got it right, that's what my bitches
You know
like.
a lot, mama. How about we take a nice cruise to the Bahamas with ice daiquiris and jewel picture? Just me and you under the palm trees, up on the beach in your bikini, and we feeling the breeze.
But baby, I know just what you need. You need some Hennessy, and in a minute we'll finish it with a little me. Sexing and sleeping on bed sheets out of Italy, and send your ass back home without no energy.
After I take you on a night in the town, we can slide to the telly when nobody's around. The next door neighbors complaining because they hearing the sound. It's going down, down. I know what bitches like. They wanna live their life. They want a nigga with they fingers that can give them eyes. They wanna chill up in the villa with me every Wrist on froze, thanks to the stove. Mattress financial, banks never close. Monday through Sunday, serve all addicts. Joey Van Gundy, watch me work the magic. And I ain't talking NBA. I ain't even touched the breath from jealous ones still envy me. Problem is these guys ain't even half what they pretend to be. Cardone. Now look at all the shots that they keep sending me. And your girl her best. She fulfilling all my fantasies. She drip, drip, dripping all up in the drop at Phantom seats. Now pop your bottles, blow your kush, what your man say. Cause you know we don't give a we let the band play. Neck on froze, thanks to the Shones. Chicks never plummet, pimp till I'm gone. Powder white work, let's get this thing poppin'. And f the police like them boys out in Compton. We too fly for our own good. And you can see the sky shining on a chrome hood. And you can smell that money right off the Louis Vuitton. Self-made millionaire right from the Bronx. On my way to Cali, Kobe, he playing LeBron. Drop 50 stacks, tell my pay the bond. Stop tripping, that got a hard. And the Amex card blacker than the homie Con. Music. Ow.
Up inside her home, she wanna turn me on. Breakfast in the morning, she said. And I said, Mommy, you can take me home. You let the whole crew get on.
I got this chick from Cali, profiling. She's wild, she's gangster, she knows it. She's got it like that. We was driving on Crenshaw, cruising for food. She pulled up beside me, set off in the lap. And I said, damn girl, you acting like you don't know, never seen me before. Episode of Cribs on MTV video, what you think TS stand for? She said, yeah, that too, and the diamonds is no facade. Used to be a broke nigga from the BX, now I'm rich, got the world screaming terror squad. Think about it now, everywhere we go, every other city we told, they never say no. Seems like every other night I got a different chick begging me.
She wanna take me home, lay me up inside her home. She wanna turn me on, breakfast in the morning, she said. Then I said, Mommy, you can take me home, you let the whole crew get on.
Club, right? Had some Remy in my cup, right? And that's when I peeped him. He was looking so fresh and so clean up. He was fitted down his sneakers. I really do mean this. I ain't never seen this. There was some people standing in between us. Had to go over there so I could meet him. I had him pent up in the cut near the speakers. If you got a girl, I know she's heated. Cause right now I'm boy, he needed me. Crush me, then trust me. It's a guarantee that he's not leaving. Told me he heard of me, but don't know me. And I liked him for some reason. If I my place set on his face, and I ain't got a man, so it ain't cheating. Think about it now. I don't gotta stress. I don't never really gotta press. They always say yes. It seems like every other night I got a different nigga begging me.
She wanna take me home, lay me up inside her home. She wanna turn me on, breakfast in the morning. She said, and I said, mommy, you can take me home. You can let the whole crew get on.
Yeah, you the big girl, eat it up. Now tell your friend to hold your hand while you eating up. A little hot, little drunk, little weeded up. We in the truck, I'm freaking off by the speakers bump. I'm steady speeding up, swerving the bumps. I'm trying to fuck, but I ain't trying to fuck the 23s up. So I ease up, drunk and focused, trying to watch the road until the backseat's heating up. And so I'm keeping them, wish you could see them. I know you hear them breathing like they've been possessed by demons. I know you heathen, wish you was here, but gotta go now. Have a good evening, hang up the phone now. Have a good weekend. Shorty just cold your boat in front seat, and I think she about to go down. Full season, I know the horn ain't beat for no reason. 3 in the morning acting indecent. She's so horny, damn, but shit seems like every other night I get a group of chicks begging me.
She wanna take me home, lay me up inside her home. She wanna turn me on, breakfast in the morning. She said, then I said, mommy, you can take me home. You can let the whole crew get on. Bitch, she wanna take me home, lay me up inside her home. She wanna turn me on, breakfast in the morning. She said, then I said, mommy, you can take me home. You can let the whole crew get on.
Bitch. Late night crew. This nigga, if any of this shit true, he worse than Diddy. He like all of these niggas we be talking about, he worse than all. If any of this shit we about to read is true, he worse than all these niggas. First of all, Potato Gaming in the cut one time. You know what we doing. Jennifer in the cut one time. Come on, bro. We know what we doing. Football, you got 40 minutes left in year 15. I'm so proud of you. Straight A and B student. So I don't have to feel guilty on like 16 birthdays where I'm like, I'm gonna do all this shit for you, but you gotta get it together. I'm lucky to not be one of those parents. I am truly blessed, and I don't say that with no type of joke or anything. I'm truly honored to be your father. Eyes open in the cut one time. You know what we doing. You know some of you niggas was nervous on your birthdays coming up because you know you niggas wasn't shit all year. Joe taking minors home. Allegedly. Come on. You know I ain't lying. Some of you niggas, birthday comes like, damn, nigga. All F's. Shit, she better give me that shit I asked for, though. Haha, bitch. So a lot of this beginning shit we probably gonna skip just cause you know we gotta get to the meat of this shit, and there is a lot of meat to this. Pause. We got Terrence Dixon, aka TA, versus Joseph Antonio Cartagena, also known as Fat Joe. We got Peter Pistol Pete Torres, Richard Rich Player Hospitre, Erica Juliana Morera, Sneaker Addict Touring LLC, Slate Inc., Rock Nation, it's the Rock here, LLC, John Doe's 1 through 10, Jane Doe's 1 through 10, and ABC Corporations 1 through 10. Shit. Listed as defendants. How long is your preliminary statement? Oh shit, yeah, we just gotta get to the motherfucking. Jurisdiction and venue, you got it. Parties, you got it. Damn, nigga. Damn, nigga. Not eligible to practice law in Florida. You owe money? Wait, your law office is in Florida and you can't practice there? Oh, here we go. This ain't even the feds. This ain't the feds, Chadrick. This is a motherfucking civil. All right, let's get the factual. Hold on, do I want to go factual background? Nah, I want to go to. Cause Joe, you should have just paid this nigga. I don't understand how you knew all this shit and didn't just pay this nigga. This is just embarrassing, Joseph. Nobody leaves Terror Squad in one piece. Nigga, what is happening? I might start up there. I might start at A. Okay, cool. We're gonna start at A. I just wanted to check something right quick before I got all the way. If it ain't about money, why we wasting time? You can believe it, I be where the cheese at. Wrist don't froze, better get your hose. Pocket full of paper so these haters can't stand me. Ballin' like the Lakers, keep heat like Miami. Nigga, I don't know how Trey Songz ain't in prison yet. He going. That's my guess. He should have leaned back. He should have leaned back and wrote this check. Plaintiff's role as creative partner and uncompensated laborer. From 2005 through 2022, plaintiff Terrence Dixon, aka TA, worked in close partnership with defendant Cartagena and key members of the Cartagena enterprise, including defendants Pete Pistol Pete Torres, Richard Rich Player Host Pitre, Erica Juliana Morea, Slate Inc., Sneaker Addict Touring LLC, and Rock Nation. Over 16 years, plaintiff contributed substantially to the defendant's creative output, stage shows, brand development, and operational logistics, enabling defendant to build a multi-million-dollar public persona and enterprise. Plaintiff undertook these responsibilities without a formal contract. You did what? Wait, you did what? Wait, so you did what? Oh my God. Clear employment designation or fair compensation. These conditions were deliberately crafted and maintained by defendants to extract labor while denying plaintiff the financial and reputational benefits of his work. Plaintiff's role extended far beyond the duties of a conventional hype man. He consistently performed the following: co-wrote lyrics, structured hooks, and recorded background vocals used on released tracks. Performed at more than 200 live shows, serving as the primary crowd energizer and on-stage counterpart to defendant. Managed travel logistics, including equipment transport, personal security, and emergency arrangements. Nigga, what? Ain't no way I'm the hype man and doing all of this shit, nigga. Oh, nigga, Joe was running game on you. See, Joe, I see why he mad. Look at all this shit you allegedly had this nigga doing. This nigga had to be the hype man. He had to manage travel logistics, including for the equipment. And then this nigga also had to be personal security. Well, that's debatable. Shay Shay is still up and running is debatable because that's like, if I have any type of shit, it's up to me whether or not he's, you know, it's his show. Yeah, his independent shit's still up and running. Everything else is shut the fuck down. Tour shut down. Sponsorships done calm the fuck down. The $100 million deal ain't go through. He ain't allowed to go be on ESPN. So, yeah, he can still YouTube in his house. But not much else. Shannon, you better beat this shit, which I don't think you are personally. I read enough. This nigga acted as defendant's bodyguard and handler during domestic and international tours. Contributed to branding strategies, music concepts, and studio ideation critical to album development. Defendant Cartagena and Enterprise, including Rock Nation, Slate Inc., and Sneaker Addict Touring LLC, reaped substantial financial rewards from plaintiff's uncompensated labor, profiting from plaintiff's creative and operational contributions without providing proper credit or compensation. Defendants intentionally withheld credit, royalties, back-end profits, and publishing interests from plaintiff, ensuring complete creative and financial control remains solely with defendant Cartagena and the enterprise. Plaintiff's unrecognized and unpaid labor thus became the silent foundation of defendant Cartagena's commercial success, leaving plaintiff economically disadvantaged and professionally invisible. Plaintiff was recruited under the false promise of a creative partnership, but was instead systematically exploited through coercion, manipulation, and deception. Throughout his work with defendant, plaintiff co-authored and or performed on numerous commercially released songs, including but not limited to this nigga's on All the Way Up, Joe. That you mean to tell me you didn't share the All the Way Up track or check? I was gonna play that tomorrow, Joe, because I couldn't play all my. I'm all the way up. I don't like to, bro. I'm not a big commercial. Like, I'm the type of nigga that I like the album cuts and shit better. But I can't lie. Something about that All the Way Up, that shit hit crazy. And I remember when Lean Back hit the scene. That was his first time really getting into some clubs and shit outside of New York. I'm all the way up. Nigga, just pay niggas, bro. If you all the way up. How you do a song called All the Way Up and don't pay a nigga on the song? No, because I said I'm all the way up. That nigga, he broke. Congratulations, Money Over Bitches, Ice Cream, 300 Broly, No Problems, and Winding on Me. Plaintiff contributed lyrics, melodies, vocal phrasing, and conceptual design to these works, substantially shaping their final form as distributed to the public. Despite his involvement, Plaintiff was never listed in official metadata, ASCAP, or BMI publishing credits, PRO, Performance Rights Organization, records, or back-end royalty chains. Instead, all ownership and revenue rights were claimed by defendant Cartagena and companies he controlled or was affiliated with, including Slate Inc. and Sneaker Addict Touring LLC. Defendant Cartagena and plaintiff negotiated the following compensation for his creative efforts, explicitly assuring him that he will receive 15% ownership interest in every track to which he contributed. You owe this nigga 15% of All the Way Up? Oh, nigga. They set Unc up again. This is bullshit. There's no way this is true. Joe, he gotta be lying. 15% of gross earnings derived from those songs. Issuance of letters of direction to secure royalty and publishing payments through performing rights organizations, ASCAP, BMI, or similar PROs. Plaintiff reasonably relied on these assurances, continuing to contribute labor, lyrics, and creative insight to songs that generated substantial streaming revenue and public acclaim. However, defendants Cartagena, Rock Nation, Slate Inc., and Morea deliberately failed to fulfill these promises. No letters of discretion or direction were issued. Plaintiff was not registered with any performing rights organization, and royalties and publishing payments owed to plaintiff were systematically withheld and diverted to defendants. Defendants' conduct, affirmative misrepresentations followed by silence, exclusion, and deceit constitutes not only fraudulent concealment, but also violations of the TVPA and civil RICO statutes, which prohibit coercive, deceptive extraction of labor for commercial gain. Upon information and belief, defendant Cartagena currently receives more than $60,000 per month in publishing royalties and $20,000 per month in streaming revenue from the songs plaintiff helped create. Yet plaintiff has never received a single dollar in connection with those recordings. In 2024, plaintiff discovered that defendant, working with individuals including Erica Morea and others associated with Slate Inc., submitted falsified and backdated split sheets omitting plaintiff's authorship. These records were used to divert royalty income and construct a paper trail that falsely attributed full publishing ownership to defendant and his designated entities. These ghost contracts and falsified submissions were designed to retroactively exclude plaintiff from economic participation while preserving the outward appearance of clean title. The resulting injury is twofold. Plaintiff has deprived of economic compensation and erased from industry records, foreclosing future collaboration opportunities and denying him a public acknowledgement of his artistic contributions. The wrong conduct extended beyond music publishing. It affected every aspect of defendant's business dealings with plaintiff, from tour earnings to merchandising deals, studio credits, and licensing arrangements. The systematic nature of these misrepresentations and omissions and the duration over which they occurred satisfy the scheme of artifice What is artifice? I have to look that. Hey Google, what does artifice mean?
Here's the definition of artifice: clever or cunning devices or expedients, especially as used to trick or deceive others.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Scheme or artifice to defraud. Standard under federal wire fraud statutes and reinforces plaintiffs' RICO claims under 18 U.S.C. 1962C and 1964C. As late as 2022, defendant continued to assure plaintiff that payments would be forthcoming, that things take, quote, things take time, end quote, and that, quote, they got your info already, end quote. These repeated delays were intended to lull plaintiff into continued loyalty while the enterprise reaped the financial rewards of his labor. It was only after multiple insiders, including accountant Doe, began to come forward in 2024 that plaintiff learned the full extent of the fraud. Defendant Cartagena and Roc Nation, who took over management of his business affairs in 2017, knew or should have known about the omission of plaintiff from royalty structures and falsehoods embedded in the publishing records. Joe, why didn't you just give this nigga his fucking money? You mean to tell me he about to snitch on everything, Joe? All cause you, man, niggas be so dumb and greedy. You know why when y'all look at some niggas, y'all be like, damn, I know this nigga's like guilty of a gang of shit. Why ain't nobody saying shit? Because they actually take care of their people. Yeah, Diddy did a lot of dirt to some artists, but apparently all the niggas around Diddy, he took care of. Because ain't none of them out here snitching like this outside of the niggas that the feds went and pinched. And they not even, they ain't even snitch on anything outside of Cassie. I've yet to hear a Diddy employee get up there and be like, nigga, he was trafficking, he was this, he did all of this shit. Why didn't you just pay this nigga? You so fucking dumb, bro. Roc Nation exercised operational control over Cartagena's catalog, managed the flow of royalties, and received a 10% cut of all business revenue generated by defendant and his companies. They had the means, access, and authority to rectify the omissions, but instead ratified and concealed them. From 2017 through the end of plaintiff's tenure, Roc Nation appointed a director to whom plaintiff reported. This relationship qualifies under the joint employer doctrine and supports plaintiff's claim that Roc Nation knowingly participated in the exploitive arrangement. As of the filing of this complaint, plaintiff remains wholly excluded from every royalty stream tied to the songs he helped create. His professional identity as a lyricist and co-author has been suppressed in service of defendant's economic domination and the maintenance of a fraudulent authorship narrative. Misappropriation of performance fees and per diems. Throughout the plaintiff's tenure, defendant Cartagena and his enterprise, including defendants Roc Nation, Slate Inc., Sneaker Addict Touring LLC, Rich Player, and accountant Doe, deliberately misappropriated substantial sums contractually designated for plaintiffs' services at performances and public appearances. These allocations were explicitly included in booking contracts, performance riders, and event agreements executed by defendants. Performance agreements routinely and explicitly allocated approximately $3,000 per show for specific role performed by plaintiff as defendant Cartagena's primary hype man and creative stage presence. Upon information and belief, on one occasion, defendant Cartagena pocketed a $30,000 payment from Live Nation earmarked for the All the Way Up tour and used it to pay off personal IRS tax liabilities rather than compensate plaintiff. Nigga, wait a minute. So you owed the fucking feds money. You took this nigga's money to pay the feds. And you mean to tell me that this nigga allegedly knows about you fucking with minors? He knows about fucking illegal ass business, PPP loan fraud. You mean to tell me that this nigga that allegedly know all of your dirty secrets, you just didn't pay him this raggedy $3,000 per show? Just fucking dumb, bro. Upon information and belief, defendants instructed plaintiff's accountant to fabricate wage statements and inflate W-2s submitted to the IRS to make it appear as though plaintiff was paid appropriately, while in fact he was underpaid or paid off the books. Despite these explicit contractual provisions, defendants systematically paid plaintiff only a fraction of this amount, typically only $250 per show. Nigga, there's no fucking way I'm the hype man for Fat Joe walking off stage and you giving me $250. Nigga, I'd have told too. Delivered informally in cash payments, often without appropriate tax documentation or formal financial records. The plaintiff was intentionally kept unaware of these contractually obligated payments as defendants deliberately withheld access to booking agreements, financial statements, contracts, and records of performance fees. Plaintiff was thereby prevented from discovering the true extent of defendant's financial manipulations and his rightful entitlement to compensation. In addition to performance fees, plaintiff was consistently entitled to receive daily per diem payments contractually set at approximately $100 a day. Nigga, what? Intended explicitly to cover food, lodging, and travel-related expenses. Well, rolling with Big Fat Joe, how the fuck was I supposed to live off $100 a day? So what, when they all eating dinner, I'm supposed to get up and go to McDonald's? Lennox, what's happening, cuz? Temple, what's happening? Across approximately 200 performances and appearances, these per diem payments amounted to over $60,000. Defendants unlawfully retained and diverted these per diem funds, depriving plaintiff of resources specifically allocated for his basic personal and professional needs. Due to defendants' intentional misappropriation of plaintiff's compensation and per diem payments, plaintiff routinely endured several severe financial hardship and substandard living conditions while touring. Embarrassing. The plaintiff frequently had to cover expenses out of pocket, stay in inadequate and unsafe lodging, and travel under harsh conditions, including long waits in airports or sleeping in lobbies and public areas. In stark contrast, defendant Cartagena and his inner circle traveled in luxury, flying first class, staying at premium hotels, and dining lavishly at plaintiff's expense. What did I just say? I was like, you getting $100 a day, that means you ain't even kicking it with them when it's time to eat. Defendants actively maintain this deliberate financial disparity to reinforce plaintiff's economic vulnerability, dependency, and silence, ensuring compliance through economic coercion and manipulation. Defendants, including Rock Nation, Slate Inc., and Sneaker Addict Touring LLC, facilitated and profited from these schemes through fraudulent financial structuring and accounting practices overseen by defendant accountant Doe. Financial records were deliberately manipulated to conceal these unlawful diversions of plaintiff's contractually obligated compensation, enabling ongoing fraudulent financial reporting, tax manipulation, and unjust enrichment of defendants. This deliberate and systematic financial exploitation represents a coordinated pattern of fraud, theft, and economic coercion that substantially enriched defendant Cartagena and his associates at plaintiff's direct expense, causing plaintiffs sustained financial harm, economic vulnerability, and emotional distress. Joe, just give this nigga the money, bro. Coercive control, psychological manipulation, and threats of harm. Defendant Cartagena's control over plaintiff extended far beyond mere financial exploitation or denial of credit. Over 16 years, defendant cultivated a deliberate environment of psychological manipulation, intimidation, and persistent threats to ensure plaintiffs' continued submission, silence, and loyalty despite ongoing abuse, exploitation, and humiliation. Defendant Cartagena frequently warned plaintiff with chilling explicitness, repeatedly stating, quote, "Nobody leaves Terror Squad in one piece," end quote.
This the kidnappers again, man.
Man, stop saying that shit over the phone. Damn.
I can't say shit, can I?
He often reinforced this threat by openly referencing former associates who had suffered violent reprisals after falling out of favor. For example, defendant explicitly invoked the notorious assault on Louis Cuban Link Taban, who was viciously attacked, permanently scarred, and publicly humiliated following his departure from defendant's circle. These statements were not mere idle threats or exaggerations. They constituted explicit and calculated warnings deliberately issued to plaintiff to convey that any act of resistance, disloyalty, or demand for fair treatment would inevitably lead to severe physical harm, public disgrace, professional sabotage, or worse. See, Jed, this is your problem. Jedediah Brown, Fat Joe, y'all got the same issue. You know what y'all issue is for real? The main issue you have is it's hard enough to keep people loyal when you're doing crime because they always have in the back of their mind they can just kind of fuck you over to do some crime. Where it gets worse for you though is you decide not to be loyal to your people at all. You literally are like begging them to tell the fucking police on you. You be begging them. And then in this situation, I can't get at him as mad as I could at maybe the super producer, because this nigga's on record saying that, look, man, they fucked another nigga up and publicly scarred this nigga for telling or being on some shit that got him kicked out of the group. So that is a real reason to sit here and be like, I didn't say shit out of fear. That's more believable to me. It's way more believable to me than most cases. Nah, that ain't how that worked. The nigga could pay. He just decided not to pay. It's on record that he got another nigga's money and spent it. I don't give a fuck what your bills are, nigga. That ain't even your money to even consider, my nigga. That's why I just don't understand niggas sometimes. Like, bro, y'all get so fucking greedy. So damn greedy. Greed, bro. Greed. Greed has brought down so many empires, bro. Greed brings down so much. Hold on, let me grab something. Greedy ass nigga. Just a fucking idiot, bro. Pay your people. Mommy, I can take you home and you let the whole crew get on. Bitch. I don't understand what dumb. Dummy crack. Fucking dummy crack. You gave yourself the nickname Joey Crack, and really was out here doing crime. That just lets me know how stupid of a nigga you really are. Just unreal. Just reading this shit is just unreal to me. We gonna get through this, Joe. I'm just in disbelief. Because I'm gonna tell you what makes me in disbelief as I get ready to continue reading. What makes me in disbelief with Joe is everybody thought Joe was lying. And he ain't convicted, innocent till proven guilty. But everybody thought Joe was lying. Like, Joe would talk about like how he was moving like this and shit like that. And nobody took it seriously because it's just something about Fat Joe that don't make you take anything seriously. He's just not a nigga that scares you. He ain't got like no intimidating shit like when 50 was just smacking that nigga, bro. Like, Jesus. Nobody took this nigga Joe seriously. I know I didn't. Why lie? I took Fat Joe seriously? Bullshit. I ain't think he had none of this shit in him, but I done seen like enough text messages shit where I gotta kind of look at this nigga different now. I done seen the way he moving, but I ain't heard. We ain't got to no parts yet where this nigga done put his own work in. I will. That's all I can give him right now. And let me remind you of something, Joe. The civil suit comes first. The feds come second. That's what we've been seeing in the last couple years. The civil suit come first, and then the feds come. So if you think that this, so before you think about, hey, I'm gonna just go ahead and eliminate this nigga, you better be careful, bro. I'm sure the feds is watching him. They waiting for you to come outside on this nigga. So y'all can't do shit to this nigga now. Y'all shouldn't have filed that fucking lawsuit against him. That's where you fucked up. When you filed that motherfucker, oh yeah, I'm gonna sue this nigga for defamation, which your whole plan was you knew that this nigga ran no money. So what it's looking like, allegedly, it's looking like that you knew this nigga had no money, so you was gonna file this shit and just tie this nigga up in legal shit over the shit, just so you could be like, yeah, nigga, I know he lying because that's why I filed this defamation case, even though that shit ain't going nowhere. How much you want to bet that case never goes anywhere? It was a bad bluff by Joe, to be honest. Bad bluff. Bad bluff. Beat this nigga ass. Through these sustained incredible threats, defendant intentionally reinforced the message that plaintiff had no viable path to safely exit their working relationship or demand rightful compensation without facing devastating personal consequences. Defendant methodically cultivated an atmosphere where fear of violent retaliation, abandonment abroad, and career destruction permeated plaintiff's daily experience, effectively destroying any notion of autonomy or genuine choice. Doing this to your hype man is wild. Because your hype man is usually like one of your aces. He's like your homeboy, usually. Plaintiff's working conditions were oppressive and unpredictable, deliberately designed to amplify his vulnerability and dependency. The defendant employed persistent verbal abuse, threats of physical violence, erratic and insufficient payment, manipulative control over travel and accommodations, and continuous humiliation. Collectively, these coercive tactics resulted in chronic emotional and psychological distress, profound anxiety, and severe trauma that continue to affect plaintiff to this day. Plaintiff was systematically denied basic security or stability, with defendant frequently threatening to strand him in foreign locations without resources or assistance. On multiple occasions, these threats became a reality, leaving plaintiff stranded and without access to adequate food, shelter, or safe transit home, further intensifying his fear, insecurity, and forced dependency. Wow. He gotta be lying, Joe. I know you didn't. The consistent invocation of past acts of violence by defendants, such as the brutal attack of Cuban Link, was an intentional strategy. Defendant purposely leveraged these prior violent incidents to establish the credibility and immediacy of his threats, effectively placing plaintiff in a constant state of apprehension and psychological captivity. The looming threat of physical harm was not hypothetical, but concrete, continuously reinforced by explicit verbal warnings and visible reminders of prior violent acts. The cumulative psychological harm inflicted upon plaintiff by defendant's coercive methods was profound and lasting. Over 16 years, defendants sustained use of intimidation, violent threats, emotional manipulation, economic control, and forced isolation resulted in plaintiff suffering severe emotional injuries, including chronic anxiety, debilitating fear, symptoms consistent with post-traumatic stress disorder, loss of self-esteem, and lasting damage to his mental and emotional well-being. Defendant's use of violence threats and psychological intimidation was a calculated tactic integral to maintaining control over plaintiff and securing ongoing submission and compliance. These methods of coercion went far beyond mere workplace disputes or contractual disagreements, constituting explicit acts of extortion, intimidation, and forced labor. Each threat, warning, and act of psychological manipulation was deliberate, reinforcing defendants' dominance and perpetrating plaintiffs' involuntary labor and silence. Collectively, these coercive tactics demonstrate a calculated and sustained pattern of psychological and emotional abuse, intentionally implemented by defendant Cartagena and his associates to maintain plaintiffs' exploitation, submission, and silence. Sexual exploitation and humiliation under duress. In addition to systematic financial exploitation and relentless psychological abuse, defendant Cartagena deliberately subjected plaintiff Dixon to repeated and severe sexual coercion, manipulation, and humiliation, which further deepened defendant's total control over plaintiff's autonomy, physical safety, and labor. Throughout plaintiff's 16-year period working closely with defendant, plaintiff was routinely coerced into engaging in sexual acts with women, specifically brought by defendant Cartagena to hotel rooms and private gatherings following performances and studio events. Defendant Cartagena frequently arranged and orchestrated these encounters, intentionally creating scenarios designed to reinforce plaintiff's complete submission. Defendant Cartagena regularly monitored these encounters closely, frequently remaining in the room to watch, record, or provide explicit detail, direction, and commands. Diddy mode. Diddy mode activated. Plaintiff did not willingly consent to participate in these acts. Instead, plaintiff submitted solely out of fear or immediate retaliation, which defendant repeatedly demonstrated would include financial punishment, professional sabotage, abandonment in foreign countries, or physical harm. On at least one occasion, plaintiff explicitly resisted participating in a coerced sexual encounter arranged by defendant. Defendant immediately retaliated by canceling plaintiff's scheduled flight home, deliberately stranding plaintiff without money, shelter, or support, thereby intentionally placing him in an isolated, unsafe, and highly vulnerable position abroad. These calculated and repeated acts of sexual coercion served a clear purpose in defendant's enterprise, reinforcing plaintiff's ongoing subordination, obedience, and silence through humiliation, fear, and psychological domination. Sexual compliance became a condition of plaintiff's continued employment, access to essential resources, safe travel, and basic human dignity. The defendant's use of coercive sex acts, underpinned by the threat of job loss, abandonment, or physical harm, meets the definition of sex trafficking by coercion under 18 U.S.C. 1591. Sexual acts were induced not by choice, but by fear, dependency, and fraud. Each encounter carried an unspoken message: refuse and you lose everything. The plaintiff estimates that over 16 years, he was coerced into more than 4,000 sexual acts to maintain his standing within the enterprise. The defendant used these acts not merely for gratification, but as a control mechanism by degrading plaintiff repeatedly and in front of others. He undermined plaintiff's autonomy, silenced his resistance, and made him emotionally and physically dependent on defendant's approval. The psychological toll was immense. The plaintiff developed symptoms consistent with PTSD, including flashbacks, intrusive thoughts, panic attacks, and emotional detachment. He remains in trauma-informed therapy and continues to experience debilitating anxiety. These experiences were not private or confidential. Enterprise members, including JB, Raul, Pistol Pete, and security staff, routinely witnessed and participated in these coercive dynamics. Roc Nation, which assumed managerial control of defendant Cartagena's business operations in 2017, had ample opportunity to detect, disrupt, or report these patterns of abuse. Instead, it enabled and benefited from them, earning commissions, royalties, and reputational capital off the back of plaintiff's silence. The forced sexual conduct described in this section, coupled with the economic manipulation and verbal threats, forms a textbook example of sex trafficking under federal law, warranting treble damages, injunctive relief, and criminal referral under 18 U.S.C. 1591 and 1595. Oh, here comes some of the bad shit, Joe. Here comes some of the bad shit, Joe. It sounds like a power thing with you, Joe. You want to, and this is all alleged, it sounds like you want to make a nigga broke. and then try to control every element of his life. And then outside of not paying them the money you owe them, if they do something you don't like, you gonna pay them even less than you was already paying them. You cancel the nigga's flight because he didn't want to fuck some bitch or something? Like, what are we talking about here? You got one time to leave me anywhere overseas. You got one. Forced exhibitionism and enterprise sexual culture. Defendant's coercive control over plaintiff was not limited to financial manipulation and abandonment. He routinely employed verbal intimidation and psychological threats to maintain plaintiff's submission. As previously stated, defendant frequently told plaintiff that no one exits terror squad in one piece, a chilling phrase meant to reinforce the consequences of disloyalty or challenging his authority. The defendant repeatedly referenced what happened to former terror squad artist Cuban Link, who was physically assaulted and slashed across the face, leaving him with permanent nerve damage and visible scarring. Before the slashing. After the slashing. Jeez, oh Pete, y'all fucked this nigga up, bro. This reference was not abstract. Defendant pointedly reminded the plaintiff of the physical consequences that could accompany disobedience or separation. These statements were made in moments of dispute or tension, particularly when plaintiff raised issues of compensation. The message was clear. If you cross me, you'll end up like me. Or you'll end up like him, I'm sorry. These threats and context serve to reinforce a climate of fear, submission, and dependency, depriving plaintiff of his agency and reinforcing defendant's psychological dominance tactics that directly support plaintiff's claim for forced labor under the TVPA and establish a factual basis for emotional distress and trauma. Forced sexual acts under duress. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Hey, man, put the footballs in the chat, bro. Happy birthday to football, bro. Happy birthday to my baby girl, bro. And if you don't want to tell my birthday happy...
Here's a summary from the website for Pioneer.
Shut up. If you don't want to tell my baby girl happy birthday, then get the fuck out, nigga. Shout out to football, bro. Look, you can see the TV. I got the footballs rolling, I guess. I love you so much. See you in the morning. Hey, come here. Hey. All right, I'm back. Shout out to football. I couldn't be a more proud father. Could not be. Glad everything played out the way it did. Had to. Kendra, what's happening? Mama Love, Wake, I don't know if I said what's up or not. Scott Johnson, I don't know if I said what's up or not. D Block, Brianna. I know I'm supposed to feel old. Bro, I do not feel old, bro. 43 does not make me feel old. I remember hanging with 40, like being around like older cousins stuff to 43. They did not seem old to me. Yeah, if I had a chance to be 16 again, I would not take it. I would not take it. God's plan. I accept it. Yeah, that's what everybody called my daughters, Ari. Which one of you cats did that? Yep, everybody call her, all her friends call her Ari. I'm literally the only person on the planet who calls her football. Her brother tries it every so often and gets checked. But it's about it. It's me, like, cuz call her football, like a couple people. Yeah, I wouldn't be feeling 16 either. Potato, I ain't gonna lie to you. So... But you know, if she done did something to piss me off, it's Ariana. Now, to get back to this fucking Joe, I hate that I have to read this shit on my. I'm hurrying. I'm getting the fuck out of here, Joe. We'll see how many pages I get before I call it quits, Joe. Because I got shit to do in the morning. Shit to do. Donis, what's happening? Yeah, full name in effect, Mama Love, on certain instances. You know how it go. Forced sexual acts under duress and surveillance. Oh, goodness, Joe. Beyond coerced sexual acts, defendant Cartagena forced plaintiff into repeated acts of public exhibitionism designed to degrade and exert control under the guise of loyalty tests and group bonding rituals. Defendant Cartagena routinely orchestrated sexually coercive scenarios in which plaintiff was compelled to engage in sexual acts with women brought to hotel rooms following live performances, tour events, or private studio sessions. These incidents were carefully arranged by defendant and occurred in environments fully controlled by him. In many instances, defendant remained present during these encounters, watching, recording, or issuing verbal commands and commentary. On one occasion in Miami after a concert, defendant brought a woman back to his hotel suite. He then ordered plaintiff to sleep with her in front of the group, insisting the bathroom door stay open and shouting, "Get your dick hard, TA."
This the kidnappers again, man.
Man, stop saying that shit over the phone. Damn.
I can't say shit, can I?
Here we go. Members of the enterprise, including JB and Pistol Pete, stood in the room watching and laughing, with one individual remarking, "Yo, Joe, I'm not about to stand here and watch this nigga's dick." I vouch. That's about the smartest thing I could have heard in that scenario. Plaintiff did not participate willingly. His compliance was driven by the credible and persistent threat of retaliation, including the loss of income, removal from the tour, or public humiliation. When plaintiff attempted to resist or assert boundaries, defendant swiftly retaliated. The plaintiff's pay was withheld, his travel plans were abruptly canceled, or he was threatened with abandonment in foreign countries without access to money, shelter, or safe passage home. These tactics were designed to instill fear and reinforce defendant's total control over plaintiff's body and behavior. Roc Nation, which assumed management of the defendant's affairs in 2017, either knew or should have known about these repeated high-profile incidents. The events took place at branded venues, involved staff under Roc Nation's supervision, and were discussed openly in the touring circles. Despite this, Roc Nation took no disciplinary action, performed no internal audits, and continued to collect commissions, royalties, and brand equity derived from defendants' public persona, built in part on the backs of individuals like plaintiff who were sexually humiliated into submission. These acts constitute further violations under the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, 18 U.S.C. 1589 and 1591, as well as under 18 U.S.C. 241, conspiracy to deprive civil rights, and multiple provisions of New York and Florida sexual abuse statutes. They also serve as racketeering predicates under 18 U.S.C. 1961, 1B, representing a pattern of sexual exploitation used by the Cartagena enterprise to exert control and retaliate against noncompliance. The plaintiff suffered severe psychological damage from these episodes, including suicidal ideation, disassociation, and complex trauma. He continues to receive treatment for post-traumatic symptoms and lives in constant fear of retaliation. The deliberate orchestration of these acts, paired with enterprise-wide complicity, retaliation for resistance, and ongoing threats, reinforces the notion that these were not one-off abuses, but integral to the culture and functioning of the enterprise. Each episode of forced sexual performance, humiliation, or public coercion constitutes a separate predicate act under the TVPA and RICO, entitling plaintiff to compensatory, punitive, and injunctive relief. The pattern described herein mirrors established sex trafficking prosecutions where coercion, fraud, and power dynamics were used to extract sexual compliance and suppress whistleblowing. Defendant Cartagena's actions violated not only federal criminal statutes, but fundamental human decency. His conduct rendered plaintiff a victim of commercial sexual exploitation by coercion, a core violation of the TVPA, and a cornerstone of the Cartagena enterprise's power structure. Defendant's pattern and practice of trafficking-like conduct. Defendant Cartagena's conduct toward plaintiff was not an isolated deviation, but part of a broader, deliberate pattern of abuse of control. Upon information and belief, defendant has employed similar coercive tactics to dominate and exploit other subordinate artists, staff, and creative collaborators within his circle. These tactics include financial isolation, deprivation of basic resources, manipulation of travel and lodging arrangements, the systemic extraction of unpaid creative labor, and in some cases, coerced sexual compliance arranged or demanded for the defendant's gratification or public image management. This method of operation reveals an established structure of exploitation in which defendant exercises full control over the lives, careers, bodies, and identities of those who work closest to him. It is precisely this structure that forms the basis for the trafficking related counts alleged in this complaint. The pattern is not incidental, it is systemic, coordinated, and integral to the defendant's personal and professional enterprise. Joe, why didn't you just pay this nigga, bro? I mean, this nigga's getting thorough. I might have to skip through some of them to get to some of the evidence, Joe, but he's thorough on your ass. Enterprise's use of violent and threatening coded language. A key element of the Cartagena Enterprises operations was the strategic use of coded language to communicate threats, issue directives, and conceal violent and coercive acts. This language was intentionally crafted to mask the true nature of enterprise communications from outsiders, law enforcement, and industry professionals. Defendant Cartagena and his senior associates regularly use phrases and terms that function as internal codes to direct violence, sexual coercion, intimidation, and other illicit conduct. This included, nigga, he's telling y'all how y'all talk, nigga. The Dern, Fat Joe, or Fat Guy. The Don, Fat Joe, Boanches, targeted females referred to as bitches, payops, coerced or violent sexual acts, calpy, to physically assault or slap, cooling, rectum or anus. Oh, hell no. Ketchup, stabbing and or slashing, Matonden, kill them or him. Theory, baby mother, wife, girlfriend, and corping, to place a victim in the casket. Oh my Lord, bro. These terms were used in text messages, in-person conversations, studio banter, and back-channel communications to direct enforcers, silence dissenters, and coordinate enterprise activities across geographic locations. The coded language was essential to maintaining the structure's secrecy while allowing the most extreme forms of coercion and violence to be ordered and executed without exposing the enterprise to immediate scrutiny. This internal lexicon not only reflects the deliberate concealment of criminal activity, but further establishes the organized hierarchical and methodical nature of the enterprise's operation. The defendant's penance for exploitation was not limited to artists and collaborators. Throughout his time working for the defendant, plaintiff personally witnessed defendant engage in sexual relations with children who were 15 and 16 years old. Minor Doe 1 is a 16-year-old Dominican girl residing in New York. In exchange for cash, clothing, and payment of her cell phone bill, defendant would get oral sex and other sexual acts performed on him by Minor Doe 1. On one occasion, while driving in New York City, Minor Doe 1 asked the defendant for money to pay for her cell phone. Being notoriously cheap, the defendant claimed to be broke. Oh, just pay niggas, bro. This upset Minor Doe 1, who began yelling, cursing, and screaming. Plaintiff begged defendant to pay the minor child's phone bill, which was less than $100. Oh my God, Joe. Minor 2 is a Caucasian female. She is not a United States citizen. The defendant began having sexual relations with Minor Doe 2 when she was 15 years old after a concert overseas. Defendant flew Minor Doe 2 to New York City and Miami, Florida on multiple occasions. Due to Minor Doe 2's body being adolescent and not fully formed, defendant paid for her to get a Brazilian butt lift. Golly, Joe. Minor Doe 2 eventually left defendant and is now married to a professional athlete. Minor Doe 3. Oh, they got pictures of the bitch, bro. And with her friends. Minor Doe 3 with her friends from high school the same time she was being trafficked by defendant. Oh, no. Oh, my Lord. Minor Doe 3 is a Latino female who met the defendant when she was 15 years old, turning 16. According to plaintiff, the defendant was in love with Minor Doe 3. He even contemplated leaving his wife. The defendant paid all Minor Doe 3's bills, even took her overseas to his tour stops. He brought her to Florida and would put her up in a condo he rented a few blocks away from the house with his wife. In a recorded conversation, Minor Doe 3 and her 15-year-old cousin described in detail to plaintiff how inappropriate it was for defendant, who was in his late 30s at the time, to be fawning over children. Oh, God, Joe. Holly, what's happening? The defendant sees no shame in his depravity towards children. Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness. Defendant Cartagena has demonstrated a disturbing lack of remorse or discretion regarding his predatory behavior. Rather than conceal his action, he has on multiple occasions alluded to or openly referenced sexually inappropriate conduct in his personal persona and artistic output. In the song titled She's My Mama, defendant delivers lyrics that, when considered in context, reflect an unhealthy and troubling fixation on underage individuals. The content of the song is explicit, suggestive, and disturbingly detailed, and defendant uses it to normalize, romanticize, or even boast about behavior that aligns with the patterns of coercion, exploitation described throughout this complaint. Plaintiff asserts that these lyrical references are not fictionalized or abstract, but form part of a larger pattern in which defendant Cartagena uses his platform and music to project, excuse, and reinforce the abuse of power and boundary violations that have marked his conduct toward plaintiff and others under his influence. I guess I got to play the song again. Ugh. Nigga, you are, bro, they better be lying on you, Joe. That's all you got.
You know one man's treasure's another man's trash. Speak on it, listen. And you know the man that sleeps on the floor can't fall the fuck off the bed, nigga. Pop the calendar this. It's Krill's Mania, you heard me? Ow! She's my mommy, she's my baby. I love you so much, you're driving me crazy. Wanna be down? Jump in the car, rolling with me, I'll make you a star. Now she was only 16, I had to nurture that. give her some growth. Waited till I touched the cat. Told her she gon' have to work and she gon' get ahead. Then she drove me berserk when she gave me some head. She told me that she learned that from the porno flicks. I said, mommy, stop talking, just suck on this dick. I ain't say her name yet, so let's say she nothing. Now watch me turn this nothing into something, get it? Mommy, get in that kitchen, this is free base. Just cook it till it's hard, then cut it in ace. Take a trip cross town to see True. Just get the money, don't listen, that nigga Dinky Q. See all this money we got, we going shopping. Louis Vuitton and Pucci, we got it poppin'. We hit the club on some Clico shit. See the respect that you're getting just from being my bitch? Look, see them, they sick, they wanna be in your shoes. That's the game that I hit her with to leave her confused. I'm just using her for paper, she want a man. I'm about to see my other bitch, but she understand.
You know, Rick is so wild and has went so far off the meter. It's shit that I can't even tell you on TV. I mean, you know, for the sake of our friendship, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna bring it up. But trust me, he's went there. He has went where it's like, yo, Rick, man, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You done took this shit too far. And his response is like this: there's no such place. Darkness, let's go to the abyss, nigga! I'm not with it, man. I don't want to go to the abyss, man. You know what I'm saying? Rick wants to go to the abyss. In fact, he dwells in the abyss. Rick James dwells in the abyss, okay? And he wants company sometimes, you know? And for some reason, he likes to reach out for me. Whenever I'm around, when he wants to go there, he will reach out for me to try to take me to the abyss with him. And I'm not with it, man. I'm not with it. And that's when we end up, you know, tussling or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
This the kidnappers again, man.
Man, stop saying that shit over the phone. Damn.
I can't say shit, can I?
Just downright fucking disgusting. There's nothing else I can say. And thanks for letting me know how powerful you truly feel. Cause look at how reckless you talking on the phone, nigga. You saying this shit out loud, Joe, where people can hear you? You saying this shit where people can hear you, nigga? Hey, nigga, you got it. You know what I mean? Based on information and belief, She's My Mama was written about MDO 3, who confirms engaging in many of the acts outlined in the lyrics above. Furthermore, MDO 3 was required to hold jewelry, drugs, and other questionable items that are illegal to be in a child's possession when she traveled with defendant. Defendant's transportation of and sexual intercourse with these minors constitute violations of the following New York State, Florida, and federal laws. New York, sex trafficking as defined in paragraphs A and B of subdivision 5 of section 230.34. Sex trafficking of a child as defined in section 230.34A. Rape in the third degree as defined in penal law 130.25.2. Florida, unlawful sexual activity with certain minors. Florida statute 794.05. Hey, the feds are coming, Joe. Federal Man Act 18 USC 2421. Section 2423 as amended in the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act. Good night, Potato Gamer. You and me both. Defendant Joe covers up Andre Dre Christopher Lyon from Cool and Dre statutory rape of K. Rose. Andre Dre Christopher Lyon, defendant Sean Combs, currently federal inmate number 37452-054, and DJ Khaled. Wow. K. Rose was a 15-year-old singer signed to Epidemic Records, a label owned by Andre Dre Christopher Lyon. From the beginning of the relationship, Dre began grooming K Rose and started having sexual encounters with the child in the studio after her parents dropped her off to record. The statutory rape of K Rose lasted for close to a year. According to plaintiff, one night, he and defendant walked into the studio and Dre was screaming, quote, "I'm going to jail, Joe," end quote. "I'm going to jail." Quote, "They found out I was dealing with K Rose," her parents. According to plaintiff, K Rose's parents threatening to lock Dre up. The defendant kept saying, "Calm down, I'm going to take care of it." Based on information and belief, defendant used his burner phone to send K Rose's parents a message. K Rose's career fizzled out and she was rarely heard from again. Coordinated retaliation attempts by Enterprise members Pistol Pete and Rich Player. Rich Player, Pistol Pete, and defendant. Following plaintiff's efforts to disclose the coercive, fraudulent, and abusive operations of defendant Cartagena and the criminal enterprise he leads, senior members of the Cartagena enterprise launched a calculated and premeditated campaign of retaliation designed to intimidate, isolate, and silence plaintiff. Their actions were driven by fear that plaintiff's disclosures would expose them to legal liability, public condemnation, and criminal prosecution. This retaliation was not limited to verbal threats or reputational smears. It was deliberately operationalized through direct and coordinated outreach to a mutual associate named Percy, an individual who at the time remained loosely affiliated with the enterprise and maintained regular contact with plaintiff. Defendants Pistol Pete and Rich Player, two of defendant Cartagena's most trusted enforcers, contacted Percy with the explicit goal of leveraging his relationship with plaintiff to facilitate a violent setup. Defendant's agents saw Percy as a potential conduit to lure plaintiff into a confrontation under false pretenses. The objective of the setup was clear: to deliver a violent reprisal, either a brutal physical assault or a potential execution. The motive was equally clear: to punish plaintiff for speaking out and to deter any further revelations that could damage defendant Cartagena or implicate the enterprise in criminal wrongdoing. In a recorded conversation, okay, so I ain't gonna read this whole conversation because I already read the bulk of it. We'll go past this. What time is it? How long I've been on? All right, I got a little time. I got time. Hit the like button if you haven't already, or get the fuck out. Now. Leave. These conversations established that members, and for those that didn't hear when I was reading it last night, the gist of the conversation is one of Joe's enforcers hit up Percy to try to set up the Dixon nigga, and he wouldn't do it. These conversations established that members of the Cartagena enterprise, acting in coordination and on behalf of defendant Cartagena, conspired to commit physical assault or murder and solicited assistance in carrying out those acts. Defendant Cartagena's failure to convince Percy to lure plaintiff to a location to murder him frustrated defendant Cartagena and caused him to take matters into his own hands. While actively campaigning for former Vice President Kamala Harris' presidential campaign, defendant made direct threats to plaintiff from his Instagram burner account, BitGet. I'm gonna see if that shit, there's no way that Instagram handle is still alive, bro. I mean, I know that motherfucker was already private. You've had to delete this account. There's no way. Joe, you erased this shit? Hey, man, let me tell you what I tell all niggas, Joe. Deleting shows intent. Deleting shows in intent, fat boy. Fat Joe slams Latino support for Donald Trump at Kamala Harris' Allentown rally. My Latinos, where's the orgullo? Orgullo, where's your pride? If it ain't about money. Defendants' disdain for current President Donald J. Trump is palpable. Oh, this is some dirtball shit right here. So Joe, just in case you gonna try to get you one of them Trump rapper pardons, this nigga's putting salt in the game, nigga. Yeah, that nigga don't even fuck with, just for the record, he don't even fuck with Trump either. He love Kamala, nigga. Wowzers. Numerous YouTube videos detail the level of hate he has for the current president and his administration. The first video, where's your pride? Fat Joe reminded Latino voters about the lies and racist remarks from Donald Trump's 2024 campaign and past administration. Number 2, Fat Joe tells Ari Melber that, quote, we dropped the ball, end quote, and voters must, quote, reflect on ourselves, end quote, after Trump's election, signaling that the American people erred in electing Donald Trump. Oh, this is dirty as fuck, nigga. Fat Joe, the video number 3, Fat Joe tells us Donald Trump is delusional and prays Hurricane Florence doesn't ravage the mainland like Hurricane Maria did to Puerto Rico. Because he says the president already bungled the response to one devastating storm. Now you trying to give Trump to send the feds. Video number 4, many people in the U.S. and around the world took to dancing in the streets over President Trump's loss, which rapper Fat Joe likens to celebrations of toppled dictators in world history. Fat Joe, who campaigned against Trump, reflects on the president's loss. Man, this is some hater shit, nigga. Joe, why didn't you just pay this nigga? In the following Instagram message, defendant brags about having connections in the White House. The nigga tells Joe, I'm going all the way. Remember that. Do you know what I know? Yo, you are crazy. It's up. I got you. I own you, nigga. LOL. You think so? LOL. But I'm not. Let's see. Joe responds, connections in the White House. Who the fuck are you? Some washed up bum. Are you crazy? Defendant was not lying when he said he had connections at the White House, as evidenced by the one-on-one meeting he had with the Vice President Kamala Harris. In addition to the one-on-one meeting, then Vice President Kamala Harris, defendant moderated a criminal justice panel. Why the fuck would Joe be on a criminal justice panel? I don't even care what's in this lawsuit. Let's go back to we didn't hear none of this shit in the lawsuit. Why the fuck would we be consulting with Joey Crack on criminal justice? Carefree was happening. He even had the audacity to bring one of his henchmen and RICO enterprise officers, Rich Player, to meet with Vice President Harris. You brought one of your alleged hitters to take a picture with Kamala Harris? This is outrageous, bro. This is the craziest shit I ever heard. Upon information and belief, while defendant was in the middle of moderating a criminal justice panel, he was actively using his RICO enterprise to set up the murder of plaintiff. Defendant Cartagena also brags about his political connections with former presidents. Fat Joe gives Bill Clinton Air Force Ones. Why? What the fuck? Unbeknownst to President Clinton, he unintentionally accepted and wore a pair of sneakers that donned the name of a criminal RICO organization. Defendant Cartagena's political reach does not stop at the White House. In August of 2024, Defendant Cartagena was presented with the key to New York City by New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Nigga, this is a setup. Do not accept no more keys from this nigga. It all goes bad after you get that key from New York. Hey Google, when did Eric Adams give Sean Combs the key to the city?
September 2023. On the website businessinsider.com, they say, in September 2023, NYC Mayor Eric Adams gave hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs a key to the city.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
So then the following year, they give the key to Joe. And now look what done happened. Nigga, hey, you celebrity rap niggas, do not take the key of the city. That shit's a setup, my nigga. Sophia, what's happening? Plaintiff believes that defendant Cartagena's confidence in openly threatening him and attempting to put a hit out on him is due to his political protection. that he used to have, because these niggas about to denounce your fat ass. In the following Instagram message, defendant confirms his RICO enterprise when he says, quote, don't need to lift a finger, end quote. Quote, biggest in the game, end quote. Quote, everyone willing to do it for me, end quote. That nigga said, bring them out. Make it happen. Hurry up. Don't need to lift a finger. Biggest in the game. You not stopping nothing. Everyone willing to do it for me. Joe, you really talking like a mob boss. This is crazy. Plaintiff perceived the word it to mean that defendant is going to have him killed. In the following messages, defendant makes his intentions very clear. 1, he intends to do bodily harm to plaintiff, quote, nigga, you will get dragged, end quote. And 2, he is warning the plaintiff to watch his back, quote, everyone is outside, end quote, as he has had ample opportunities to kill plaintiff and or to have plaintiff killed, quote, but be very careful, we let you live, end quote. So the nigga says in the message, fuck out of here with that shit. I've been waiting. I guarantee it won't be how you think it's going to go down. Nigga, please, how many times I watch you freeze? Chiquita, nigga. Hey, Joe, you gotta realize, Joe, that this nigga that you've been punking, this is where niggas' brains don't kick in. You allegedly been punking this nigga the whole time, stealing this nigga's money, all this shit. You ain't paying him what he's supposed to. You know, you making him fuck these bitches if he don't want to fuck them. You leaving them over in another country, all this other shit. Where is he getting all his confidence from now, Joe? Like, you walked into this setup, nigga. I guess you thought because you had, like, this motherfucking Instagram account that's supposed to be fake as shit, which, nigga, this ain't nothing but a subpoena away from confirming whether or not it's you and you was on the phone or some shit. Like, just dumb shit, bro. You know what's up. Never all truth. It's going to keep going and going and going. But be very careful. We let you live. I am. You want to see? Should have did right, homie. What you thought? I'm not scared of you niggas. Don't you ever forget in your life. Percy ain't here. Everyone is outside. Me too. Joe, where does this nigga get this confidence from? And you fell for this shit. He got the confidence because he's setting you up on these messages. He's like, yeah, this nigga talk real reckless on the phone. All I gotta do is just get this nigga mad and he gonna say whatever. And that's what the fuck done happened. In the following Instagram message, defendant took his threats a step further by making an explicit threat to harm plaintiff's family, the majority of whom lives in the Bronx, New York, when he asked, quote, you love your family, right? Oh, my Lord. That nigga told Joe, you look sick, very sick. Keep watching, but you a part of it, good or bad. Feel good about it. You not a Don, nigga. And then Fat Joe responds, you love your family, right? Here we go, bro. Plaintiff perceived this message to mean that defendant was going to kill and or physically harm plaintiff's family. I can see that. In the following Instagram message, defendant brags about strong-arming a YouTuber into removing and failing to release interviews of plaintiff where plaintiff publicly explained the harm defendant visited upon him. Nigga, you would never. I wish you would try this shit with me, Joe. I'll have your ass right in the courtroom as well. Nigga says, sheesh. No, I don't, but you do. You know what I got, right? Joe said, business is business. Biggest in the game. You are not ready. Look around. Any more vids coming out? That got real quiet. What happened? Biggest in the game. Plaintiff was informed that several YouTubers received direct threats from the defendant's burner account or the burner accounts of the defendant's henchmen. I wish y'all would try that shit with me. I'm calling the FBI tonight. In the following messages, defendant attempts to lure plaintiff to one of his RICO enterprise businesses up NYC and further taunts plaintiff to lure plaintiff outside so plaintiff can get killed. This nigga tell Joe, racism. Don't worry, just know I will. You know the rest. Everyone is broke. LOL. Okay, let's see. Joe said, come to up NYC. And that nigga laughed. Okay, let's see. Y'all sending the threats. Come see me. If you that nigga, I dare you niggas. Come outside. Plaintiff believes that defendant Cartagena has attempted to lure him outside so he can have plaintiff killed or physically injured. The plaintiff is convinced that the defendants are determined to kill him. In the following Instagram message, defendant says the following, Quote, you can be with whoever, but remember everyone by themselves when they turn that corner, end quote. This statement is significant because it comes from a private conversation plaintiff had with defendant on multiple occasions where defendant warned plaintiff to never walk ahead of their group whenever they travel because you can be a party of 30, but if you walk off and turn the corner ahead of the group, then you have become a party of one and are susceptible to enemy attack. That's what y'all want. I know you want me to come to you. Come to me. You can be with whoever, but remember everyone by themselves when they turn that corner. You right, it will be legendary. This nigga, man, where did he get this confidence, Joe? You so stupid, you dumbass nigga. Cuban Link gotta be loving this big. Cuban Link gotta be at the crib laughing like a motherfucker, bro. Defendant Cartagena's confirmation that he is the one sending direct threats to plaintiff lets plaintiff know that the defendant Cartagena and his RICO organization will stop to nothing to have plaintiff killed. In another Instagram message confirming his identity, defendant informs plaintiff that plaintiff wouldn't have gone anywhere if it wasn't for defendant. Me. You are terrible, you fucking racist. Pick your man who you want to fight. Who you want me to fight. Pick him. You wouldn't have gone anywhere if it wasn't for me. You wasn't even going to be out Cyprus. You would be couch surfing. Couch surfer is a term defendant has used to describe plaintiff in several YouTube videos. In the following Instagram message, defendant subtly reminds plaintiff of the consequences of being cut from Terror Squad. As stated earlier, defendant ordered the face slashing of former Terror Squad member Cuban Link. Hurry up. I got it. Your fate in my hands. I don't. I'm everywhere. Remember, I told you, it's in-game. This nigga was telling you he was dropping this lawsuit. You just wasn't paying attention. You already know what happens when you get cut. You cut from everywhere. Oh, come on, Joe.
This the kidnappers again, man.
Man, stop saying that shit over the phone. Damn.
I can't say shit, can I?
Plaintiff believes defendant is going to have him killed or have his face $150 slashed, for those that don't know. The following Instagram message from defendant's henchman, Pistol Pete's burner account, Pablo Escobar, guarantees that he will give plaintiff $150. This is the same Pistol Pete who promised Percy that nobody is going to stab him up. I'm giving $150. That's my word. Suck my dick. What's up? And you took a screenshot. This nigga was, bro, y'all was walking into this shit. This nigga knew how to get y'all to talk on the phone, nigga, and y'all niggas was there with it, bro. The plaintiff believes that Pistol Pete or one of his minions will try to give him $150 if they ever run into him. Pistol Pete used several burner Instagram accounts to send direct death threats and threats of violence to plaintiff on defendant's behalf, including but not limited to Dr. Javag. In the following Instagram message, Pistol Pete confirms that Dr. Javag's Instagram account belongs to him. This nigga said, "You not the real Pistol Pete," and this stupid ass nigga records a video with his face showing. You can't. Oh my god. Like, you niggas are really fucking dumb, bro. What's the point of using a burner account if you gonna send a video of your face? Do you want to fight me? You don't want to fight though. You are a pussy, super pussy. I'm telling you, I got you. Then he sent the audio message. And then that nigga told Pistol Pete, "Your baby mama said you a homo thug. Now blow that whistle." This nigga was talking greasy, bro. Yeah, yep. She know better. Plaintiff believes that Pistol Pete's brazen stupidity to out himself is evidence of defendant's determination to kill and or physically hurt plaintiff. In the following Instagram message, Pistol Pete warns plaintiff that he has 48 hours to fall back. Can't wait. I got something for any of you niggas. The day happens. I'm very far from pussy. Ask your man's homie hiding behind a fake account. The summer is turned up for Joe, nigga. You got 48 hours to fall back. Yep. You've been warned, son. So what happened? Fall back. I've been waiting, y'all niggas ain't do nothing yet. Start with the tough talk, yap. I got something special for you. You want that street credit? The plaintiff perceived this message as a threat that if he failed to fall back, he would be killed. In the following Instagram message, Pistol Pete informs plaintiff that it doesn't matter if plaintiff has Jesus Christ with him. Plaintiff is food. Nigga, that is a very bold statement. The last nigga you want to see is a nigga that can pull up with Jesus. Cause when that nigga pull up and then Jesus hop out, what you gonna do? Like, sorry, Jesus, it's up. I guess. I guess you could try that shit. It doesn't matter if plaintiff has Jesus Christ with them. Plaintiff is food, and the Cartagena RICO enterprise will eat. Dixon said, I'm not playing with you at all. I'm telling you what I'm gonna do to you, so beware. I'm far from pussy, and I'm going to give it to you for sure, nigga. Keep playing with me, or keep playing. Oh yeah, Pedo Conga is with me. Audio call ended. You can have Jesus with you, nigga. You food, and we gonna eat. Whatever you say. You put that video up, and I'm gonna make you pay in the worst way, pussy nigga. Y'all niggas is on the phone like this.
This the kidnappers again, man.
Man, stop saying that shit over the phone.
Let me give you a tip.
I can't say shit, can I?
Let me tell y'all something real quick. Do you understand that you shouldn't be talking on the phone talking about crime? This is a serious question. 1 for yes, 2 for no. You shouldn't be on phone calls or text messages talking crime. Do you understand this? Because let me put you on game. Mbutu, what's happening? Let me put you on some game. Talking shop on the phone and in text messages, all bad, right? It's 1,000,000 times worse on social media. I don't even give a fuck if it is a instant direct message. It's 1,000,000 times worse to be saying this shit on social media. They got to jump through way more hoops to get your phone records than they do to get the shit from Instagram. Them niggas can just call, they can just email Instagram. They have direct lines for YouTube, all social media, and video streaming platforms, shit like that. They have direct lines for law enforcement to call them. David, what's happening? Third shift gang, what's up? We outside? Hey, we need 4 more likes for 100. Can we get that right quick? To be talking like this on Instagram, you might as well have made it a public post. And then y'all niggas is on these quote unquote burner accounts. No, a burner phone is one thing. Y'all niggas is sitting on burner accounts on your fucking phone. Quick response too. Foxy is not lying. They have direct lines for law enforcement. So Google is a little better because Google be telling them niggas, y'all got to get subpoenas. Facebook and Twitter, nah, they just snitch. Plaintiff perceives this message as a blatant death threat, as Pistol Pete made it very clear that he intends to make you pay in the worst way, the plaintiff. Defendant completes his menacing orchestrated campaign of social media threats directed at plaintiff by asking, quote, don't you think people got to be made an example of, end quote, quote, so others will understand not to cross. Don't you think people got to be made an example of? Yep, that's what I'm going to do to you. Oh my God, Joe, y'all walked into this. So others will understand not to cross. 100. You are a big one. Plaintiff perceives this threat from defendant as a guarantee that he will either be killed or physically harmed, as defendant is left with no choice but to make an example of him. See, he didn't realize, they thought when he was making this tough talk, you notice the nigga never threatened like he was gonna kill them or no shit like that. This nigga was he probably had the feds with him, bro. We seen this same shit with Cassie. Cassie put this fucking lawsuit out, settled it the next day, and then all of a sudden the feds double back, kicking in doors and everything, and locking a nigga up pretty much based off of her civil case. And Joe shit we read way worse so far than the Diddy shit. The Diddy shit is just like he was in a toxic relationship and innuendo. This shit is very specific. They ain't got no bunch of text, man. Bro, they ain't got no Diddy burn. Have you seen anything about a Diddy burner account? This shit crazy. These are not isolated statements. They mirror the violent enforcement practices historically employed by the enterprise to eliminate threats and enforce loyalty. Similar acts include the stabbing of a rival as referred to as Ketchup, the redacted of the boyfriend of defendant's child's mother. Plaintiff confronted defendant Cartagena about this incident via Instagram Messenger, and the defendant Cartagena via his second burner account warned plaintiff to step back and to fall back. Warning, on top of the other ones, what happened to Brenda, the Ketchup? Your BM, what happened? Step back. What happened to Brenda the Ketchup? Your BM, what happened? No, what happened? Fall back. It is important to note that defendant Cartagena never denied plaintiff's insinuation. Prior beatings and most likely murder, but it's redacted, were committed on the defendant's order at his instigation. The threats and actions detailed above collectively constitute multiple violations of federal and state law and form clear predicate acts of racketeering activity. Specifically, the conduct of defendant Cartagena and his senior enforcers, including the solicitation of violence against plaintiff, constitutes federal witness tampering and retaliatory threats in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1512B for attempting to intimidate, threaten, or harm a known witness to prevent further disclosures of criminal activity, conspiracy and attempted assault under New York law, including New York Penal Law 105.15 and 120.1, for organizing and attempting to carry out a coordinated act of violent retaliation. Criminal solicitation and attempted murder under Florida law, including Florida Statute 78 or 782.04 and 777.04, for encouraging and planning an act of lethal violence against plaintiff using an intermediary racketeering acts under 18 U.S.C. 1961 1A and 1B, as these offenses involve violence, threats, obstruction, and attempted homicide, all committed in furtherance of the enterprise's objectives. In addition, these actions constitute unlawful retaliation under the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, which explicitly prohibits interference, intimidation, or retaliation against victims or potential witnesses engaged in seeking civil or criminal relief for trafficking-related abuse. Such retaliation is prohibited by 18 U.S.C. 1591D and 1595A, and further underscores the systemic use of violence to obstruct justice and silence victims. The conduct described is not isolated or reactionary. It reflects a long-standing and institutionalized use of violence and intimidation within the Cartagena enterprise as a tool to maintain secrecy, enforce loyalty, and shield the financial and personal interests of defendant Cartagena and his associates. This infrastructure of fear and retaliation is at the core of the enterprise's function and identity. Ultimately, the attempt to use Percy as a proxy failed. Recognizing the gravity of the request, Percy refused to participate in the violent plot and instead preserved the audio recordings of the conversations with defendant Torres and host Pitre. Nigga, you fucked up, bro. Y'all hit a nigga that set a nigga up for murder, and that nigga was like, wait, you calling me to set up a body? Turn this record on. Y'all got me fucked up. Y'all not getting ready to kill that nigga and have me go down for that shit. I ain't even mad at the nigga. These recordings now serve as direct and damning evidence of enterprise-level retaliation. They confirm that defendants Cartagena, Pistol Pete, and Rich Player conspired to harm plaintiff and did so with deliberation, hierarchy, and coordination, hallmarks of an ongoing criminal enterprise operating with the structure and community or continuity required to establish liability under the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, also known as RICO. Defendant uses a burner phone ending in 1330 to facilitate exploitation and trafficking. Throughout plaintiff's 16-year involvement with defendant Cartagena, he observed the defendant maintain a separate burner phone ending in 1330, which was used exclusively for private and off-the-record communications. Unlike defendant Cartagena's public or business phones, this device was deliberately kept isolated, consistent with counter-surveillance behavior intended to evade law enforcement detection and maintain secrecy over illicit enterprise activity. Stop talking on the fucking phone. I don't care if it's a burner. There's no such thing. These phones can tell exactly where you... Never mind, man. Keep doing it, criminals. Good night, Bob. Out, bro. This is... Y'all niggas be thinking, you niggas that don't know shit about technology just think it's as simple as, I'll just buy this phone and won't put my motherfucking name on it. Ricola! You damn right. Crazy. This shit just reads insane. We hit 100 likes yet? What we doing? Don't make me hold this stream hostage. Let me get them 3 likes. I can just take a reefer break. Let's get those 3 likes, pretty please. Plaintiff personally witnessed defendant Cartagena use his burner phone to communicate with underage. Joe, you wasn't using this phone to talk to the young bitches. He lying. Particularly during late night hours or in the days leading up to out of town travel. These communications frequently occurred while defendant Cartagena was in hotel rooms, tour buses, or other private locations. Based on plaintiff's direct observations, as well as defendant Cartagena's remarks, this phone was routinely used to coordinate clandestine meetings, reserve hotel accommodations, and manage travel logistics associated with sexual encounters, often involving vulnerable individuals, some of whom plaintiff knew or reasonably believed to be minors. Upon information and belief, defendant Cartagena also used the burner phone to coordinate additional criminal activity, including the movement of firearms and narcotics, and to communicate with enterprise enforcers and drug distributors in the Bronx and Miami. The burner phone served as a critical operational tool for avoiding detection, preventing GPS tracking, and evading subpoenas or wiretaps. So you thought. Defendant Cartagena used the device to maintain a close loop of communication with trusted criminal associates, shielding himself from accountability. The use of encrypted, disposable, or compartmentalized communication methods such as burner phones is a known tactic employed by organized criminal operations and further illustrates the sophistication of the Cartagena Enterprises structure. This operational strategy reinforces the existence of a functioning criminal enterprise engaging in trafficking, obstruction, and racketeering activities. Although the burner phone has not yet been recovered, plaintiff expects that a forensic review of defendant Cartagena's telecommunications records and subpoena data will uncover direct evidence of trafficking-related conversations, threats, witness intimidation, and coordination of predicate criminal acts, including sex trafficking, narcotics distribution, and criminal conspiracy. Joe, the feds wrote this. Joe, the feds wrote this. Just so you understand, Joe, the feds wrote this. The motherfucking feds wrote this, bro. Are you kidding me? The Cartagena Enterprise enforcement by violence threat and code cafe ketchup incident, Sing Sing prison and blood. What? Defendant Cartagena routinely directed violent retaliation against those who defied or disrespected him. These orders were often issued through coded phrases such as, quote, give him ketchup, end quote, a euphemism for stabbing or slashing. This language functioned as internal shorthand used by members of the terror squad and Cartagena Enterprise to conceal violent intentions while maintaining a shared understanding of expected action. And then the name of your rap group is Terror Squad, nigga. In recognition of the severity of these events, and out of respect for the victims and their families, plaintiff has chosen not to disclose the full details of specific violent incidents publicly. Nonetheless, the facts confirm that violence was a recurring and normalized enforcement method within the enterprise. The term cafe ketchup derives from an incident in which JB, a member of the enterprise, instigated a confrontation outside a restaurant. After losing the altercation, he contacted defendant Cartagena, which resulted in a retaliatory stabbing allegedly orchestrated by the enterprise to restore its dominance and punish the perceived disrespect. In a separate incident, the defendant orchestrated an act of violence that ultimately led to another individual taking responsibility on his behalf, serving a lengthy sentence in Sing Sing Correctional Facility. The cover-up was coordinated through the enterprise's hierarchy and designed to insulate the defendant from legal exposure while reinforcing internal loyalty. I bet you paid that nigga, though. Assault of Latin rap artists after perceived online disrespect. Defendant Cartagena has historically responded to public criticism with violence, particularly within the music industry. According to plaintiff, one such retaliatory act may have involved a Latin rapper known as Redacted, who made disparaging statements about defendant Cartagena online. Although, who are we talking about? Although plaintiff did not witness the attack or its planning, as he did with other acts of violence orchestrated by defendant Cartagena, he believes defendant Cartagena's eerie remark following the incident told him everything he needed to know concerning the enterprise's involvement. Defendant Cartagena remarked to plaintiff, quote, when niggas go against the Don, you see what happens? He. God don't like ugly.
Yo, the devil's in full effect.
That's demon talk, nigga. That's demon talk, my nigga. This statement, said with pride and satisfaction, made clear that defendant Cartagena viewed violent enforcement as both justified and strategically necessary to preserve his authority. Defendant's directive to assault rapper Mac Main. Defendant Cartagena's use of physical violence extended beyond retaliation. He also used it to assert dominance over rival entertainers and enforce personal vendettas. Plaintiff recalls one such incident in which defendant Cartagena ordered him to physically assault rapper Mac Main, Jermaine Anthony Prian, a well-known artist affiliated with the Young Money label. Defendant Cartagena instructed plaintiff and other members of the terror squad to pound out Mac Main on sight. It did not matter the time or place. If they saw him, they must attack him. This was in response to a comment allegedly made by Maine in which he mocked defendant Cartagena's marriage and claimed he could sexually satisfy defendant Cartagena's wife better than defendant Cartagena could. According to the plaintiff, defendant Cartagena told him that Mac Maine crossed the line when he said, quote, I know that fat nigga ain't fuck his wife right. I'd fuck the shit out of her if I get the chance. Nigga, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Although plaintiff did not carry out the assault, the directive itself reflects defendant Cartagena's operational practice of issuing verbal orders intended to result in violence, orders that were understood to be mandatory within the enterprise. These orders were not hyperbolic or performative. Within the Cartagena enterprise, coded phrases like pound them out carried real weight and implied expectation of execution. Non-compliance could be interpreted as disloyalty, leading to internal punishment or exclusion. The Mac Maine directive, like others, reinforces that defendant Cartagena used violence not merely to resolve disputes, but to preserve his reputation, silence dissent, and demonstrate unchallenged dominance in both his personal and professional networks. These actions constitute a criminal solicitation to commit assault and are chargeable under the following: New York Penal Law 100.1, criminal solicitation, Florida Statute 777.042, criminal attempt and solicitation, depending on the jurisdiction where the planned assault was to occur. Defendant Cartagena's sustained and deliberate use of coded threats, surrogate violence, and retaliatory directives provides further evidence of an organized criminal enterprise operating with structure, continuity, and the intent to engage in unlawful acts to preserve its power. Defendant Cartagena's use of burner phone ending in 1330. Throughout his working relationship with defendant Cartagena, plaintiff personally, and that's the thing, Joe, he got the phone number. Plaintiff personally observed defendant Cartagena's routine use of a burner phone ending in 1330, which, why wasn't you changing phones, dumbass? Which was used exclusively for, I'm just so happy that majority of criminals are not higher IQ people, because high IQ people tend to not go the criminal route. But some do, and they mess up every time, just about. Which was used exclusively for communications defendant Cartagena wished to keep off the record and disconnected from his public and business communication. Defendant Cartagena utilized this burner phone to secretly communicated with underage girls and other impressionable individuals, many of whom were transported across state lines to accompany him on tour, attend private events, or engage in sexual acts. Coordinate with sex traffickers and enforcers, specifically including defendants Pistol Pete, Rich Player, to facilitate the grooming, movement, and exploitation of victims, relay sensitive enterprise directives, including instructions concerning violence, retaliation, and concealment of illicit activity. Defendant Cartagena regularly replaced the burner phone every few months. The phone was used only for high-risk enterprise-related conversations and was concealed during public appearances. Knowledge of its existence was limited to defendant Cartagena's inner circle, reinforcing its role as a covert tool for coordinating criminal activity. The deliberate use of burner phones for trafficking-related communications is a known operational tactic among organized criminal enterprises. It enables compartmentalization, evasion of wiretap surveillance, and insulation of leadership figures from direct accountability for trafficking and violence. Subpoena telecommunications records and metadata associated with the 1330 number are expected to confirm patterns of use that align with the defendant's event schedule, travel itineraries, hotel reservations, and contact with known enforcers and victims. These records are anticipated to establish a direct evidentiary link between defendant Cartagena and the orchestration of sex trafficking, enterprise, violence, and obstruction of justice. Why didn't you just pay this nigga, bro? why y'all niggas think burner phones can't be traced and all this shit? Y'all niggas still logging into y'all social medias on them, all types of dumbass shit. And then all the nigga need is really the phone number. So if somebody snitch on the phone number, it's easy to find out if it's you. Even if you ain't put none of your data on there, they can just about figure it's you if the phone was everywhere you were fucking at. In retaliation for plaintiff's public disclosures concerning the coercive, violent, and fraudulent conduct of defendant Cartagena and his enterprise, senior enforcers Pistol Pete and Rich Player initiated a coordinated effort to set plaintiff up for retaliatory assault or potential execution. These actions were carried out through recorded phone calls made to a mutual associate named Percy, whom the enterprise believed could be used to draw plaintiff into a trap. During these recorded conversations, Rich Player, Pistol Pete invoked defendant Cartagena's anger and frustration with plaintiff, referring to plaintiff as having violated the family and crossed the line that could not be forgiven. Torres described plaintiff's action as beyond repair and explicitly pushed Percy to arrange a private meeting with plaintiff, framing it as a necessary act of discipline. The phone calls included repeated use of coded enterprise language, terms such as pound them out, bring them in, get at them, which were all understood within the enterprise to signify a directive for physical violence. These phrases often preceded beatings, retaliatory attacks, and other acts of targeted enforcement. These conversations taken together reflect the premeditated nature of the retaliation and demonstrate that such actions were not rogue initiatives, but instead authorized or condoned at the highest levels of the enterprise, with the knowledge, approval, and likely instruction of defendant Cartagena himself. Disturbed by the escalating nature of the request, Percy ultimately refused to cooperate and preserve the call recordings. These recordings now serve as primary evidence of a conspiracy to commit witness retaliation and obstruction, violations of 18 U.S.C. 1512, B, federal witness tampering and intimidation through threats and attempted physical retaliation against a known victim and potential witness. New York Penal Law 105.15, conspiracy in the second degree based on an agreement to commit a Class A felony, including murder in the second degree 125.25, gang assault in the first degree 120.07, assault in the first degree 120.1, intimidating a victim or witness in the first degree 215.17, Florida statute 777.04, criminal solicitation and attempt to commit violent felonies, including murder and aggravated assault. These threats and attempted attacks demonstrate how the Cartagena enterprise weaponized a strict internal loyalty code and street-based hierarchy to carry out organized retaliation against anyone perceived as a threat to defendant Cartagena's personal, legal, or reputational standing. Retaliatory violence was not occasional, but institutional, central to how the enterprise functioned and maintained internal discipline. Yeah, the feds wrote this shit. You get in trouble, Joe. Defendants directed assault on rapper DMX. Hey, nigga, roll up another blunt, nigga. Oh, my goodness. This shit is ramping up. R.I.P. Earl Simmons. Me and one of my best friends who I've known since kindergarten, I believe it was our senior year in high school. It might even have been our junior. We were driving, so it could have been senior or junior year. We met DMX in the mall. We was like, bro, you look like DMX. And that nigga was like, he was. And he was. And the nigga told us, good night, awake. The nigga was telling us he was DMX and shit. And it was like we believed him, but we didn't believe him. You know what I mean? And the nigga was like, come to the show tonight. Whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. We was at Castleton Square Mall. I'm not bullshitting. And We was like, nigga, because he was short. And I don't know if y'all remember, like, back in the day, anytime you saw anybody on TV, they looked tall. Nigga, we left about the mall and we found out DMX had a show in the city that night. That nigga was at the mall getting some clothes. He was cool as shit. Like, it was more of a disbelief. We couldn't believe it was him. Like, it was fucking, and this was back before camera phones and shit, so it wasn't like, you know, niggas had camera on them like that. Lord, give me a sign. One of my favorite DMX song. Defendant Cartagena's use of violence extended beyond his internal crew. In one incident in Miami, Florida, the defendant ordered plaintiff and another associate, Raul, to confront and physically assault rapper DMX, following a verbal dispute between DMX and someone in the defendant's circle. The defendant viewed the altercation as an act of public disrespect and ordered immediate retaliation. He instructed plaintiff, saying, if he acts up, take the hammer. Nigga, what? The phrase take the hammer was understood within the enterprise as authorization to use a firearm, not simply engage in a verbal or physical confrontation. That's right, because DMX was, that nigga was nuts. Everybody vouched for that nigga. They was like, that was one nigga out in the street you ain't want to fuck with. Although plaintiff ultimately diffused the encounter and avoided a violent outcome, his compliance in initiating the confrontation under threat of enterprise reprisal highlights that defendant's orders were non-negotiable. Within the structure of the Cartagena enterprise, verbal directives from the defendant, especially those involving threats of violence, were treated as mandatory. Joe, you better run. The defendant's conduct in this incident independently supports multiple predicate acts of racketeering under federal and state law, including 18 U.S.C. 1959 A3, attempted assault in aid of racketeering, Florida Statute 782.04 and 777.04, attempted murder and criminal solicitation under Florida law, New York Penal Law 105.15 and 120.10. This shit reads way worse than Diddy shit by far. Conspiracy and attempted assault, given that the order originated within the defendant's criminal enterprise and could have been executed across jurisdictions. This incident is part of a broader pattern in which defendant Cartagena employed trusted subordinates like plaintiff to carry out retaliatory attacks. These acts were not isolated or impulsive. They were strategic and methodically issued to assert dominance and protect defendants' status in the entertainment industry. This pattern also includes an alleged murder for hire plot targeting Curtis Jackson, 50 Cent.
You know, Rick is so wild and has went so far off the meter. It's shit that I can't even tell you on TV. I mean, you know, for the sake of our friendship, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna bring it up. But trust me, he's went there. He has went where it's like, yo, Rick, man, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You done took this shit too far. And his response is like this: there's no such place. Darkness, let's go to the abyss, nigga! I'm not with it, man. I don't want to go to the abyss, man. You know what I'm saying? Rick wants to go to the abyss. In fact, he dwells in the abyss. Rick James dwells in the abyss, okay? And he wants company sometimes, you know, and for some reason, he likes to reach out for me. Whenever I'm around, when he wants to go there, he will reach out for me to try to take me to the abyss with him. And I'm not with it, man. I'm not with it. And that's when we end up, you know, tussling or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
The crazy thing is, I know exactly why he wanted to kill 50.
Tactical nuke incoming!
clickety clank, clickety clank. The money goes into my piggy bank. Clickety clank, clickety clank. The money goes into my piggy bank. I get at you, my just scheme. I get at you, blow at your man. I get at you, do I don't pretend. I get at you, I put that to.
Nah, hell, 50. You get an F, nigga. How you gonna put up the motherfucking? Nah, we need the dirty version, nigga. I know this is why Joe wanted to kill you, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. This is exactly, y'all gonna see. If you've never seen this, you gonna see.
Clickety clank, clickety clank. The money goes into my piggy bank. Clickety clank, clickety clank. The money goes into my piggy bank. I get at you, my knife cut your skin. I get at you, blow shots at your man. I get at you, do I don't pretend. I get at you, I put that to that in. Shit is old, don't be screaming, get at me, dog. How you running for your life when I'm at your bar? I get the wave and that semi like it's legal. A little nigga hurt his arm letting off that eagle. You know me, black on black Bentley, big old black 9. I clap your monkey ass, yeah, black on black crime. Big old chrome rims gleam, you know how I shine. Come on, man. You know how I shine. I'm in the hood, in the drop, Teflon, final top. Got 100 guns, 100 clips, why I don't hear no shots. That fat nigga thought lean back was in the club. My shit sold 11 mil, his shit was a dud. Jada don't fuck with me if you wanna eat, cause I threw your little ass like Jay did Mobb Deep. Yeah, homie in New York, niggas like your vocals, but that's only New York, dog, your ass is local. Clickety clank, clickety clank. The money goes into my piggy bank. Clickety clank, clickety clank. The money goes into my piggy bank. Yeah, yeah, get more money, more money. Yeah, 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 get more money, more money. Yeah, 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 get more money, more money. Yeah, yeah, get more money, more money. Yeah, bank shit sells, walk shit sells, game shit sells. I'm rich as hell. Shine popping off his mouth from a cell. He don't want it with me. He in PC. I can have a nigga run up on him with his shank for just a few pennies out my piggy bank. Yeah, yo, bring the condoms. I'm in room 203. Freak bitch look like him before the surgery. It's an emergency. When Michael Jackson see your picture and says she looks like me. Khalid said a milkshake bring all the boys to the yard. Then Nas went and tattooed the bitch on his arm. I mean, like way out in Cali, niggas know you cuz first thing they say about you is you's a sucker for love. This is chestnut checkers, these are warning shots. After your next move, I'll give you what I got. Yeah, clickety clank, clickety clank. The money goes into my piggy bank. Clickety clank, clickety clank. The money goes into my piggy bank. Yeah, yeah, get more money, more money. Yeah, 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 get more money, more money. Yeah, 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 get more money, more money. Yeah, 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 get more money, more money. I get at you, I punch out your grill. I get at you, let off that blue steel. I get at you, nigga, I'm for real. I get at you, get your ass killed. Yeah, yeah. Y'all niggas gotta do something now, man. All the shoot 'em up shit y'all be talking. You gotta.
Joe was ready to kill him over that, nigga. Joe was ready to murder this nigga. Joe was like, nigga, hey, nigga, he gone, nigga. And as for Boogaloo, that ass is gone. And if I see anybody talking to Boogaloo, they ass is gone too.
All the shoot 'em up shit y'all be.
Nigga, he got this nigga out here as King Hippo, bro. That's what that X bandage on his stomach is. He King Hippo. This shit is outrageous.
Talking. You gotta do something, baby. I mean, come on, man, everybody.
Nigga, hey, and then Cassidy caught strays with the dance, nigga. Cassidy didn't even do shit, nigga. Cassidy out here doing the dance is outrageous, nigga.
I mean, come on, man, everybody's listening. Nigga,
Everybody listening.
I know you ain't gonna just let 50 do you like that. I mean, damn, rep your hood, nigga. Nigga, you hard, right? Pop off. gonna tell niggas I said grip up. Niggas got a green light on these monkeys.
Game just got a subtle shot, nigga. Change your heart face ass. Nigga, Joe saw that shit and was like, I want him dead tonight. Joe was like, we killing this nigga, bro. Joe was ready to kill 50 over piggy bank. I'm done, bro. I give up, bro. As soon as I saw 50, I was like, oh, so you was gonna kill him over piggy bank. This nigga had you twerking his King Hippo, bro. I want Joe dead. I want 50 dead tonight, nigga. Nigga, Joe was like, oh, bro, if I get into this shit and they say that he was getting ready to kill this nigga over piggy bank, bro, I'm about to be, I might be getting ready to sign off. Nigga, Joe saw Piggy. I'll never forget when Piggy Bank dropped. I said, oh my Lord. My favorite line of that shit, when that nigga said that fat nigga thought Lean Back was in the club. Joe, you did. Joe, you thought Lean Back was in the club, nigga. That nigga said that fat nigga thought Lean Back was in the club. Yeah, dip more money. Bank shit sells, buck shit sells, game shit sells. I'm rich as hell. Sean popping off his mouth for PC. Just a few pennies out my piggy bank. Yeah, dip more money. Bank shit sells, buck shit sells, game shit sells. I'm rich as hell. Hey, nigga, you might want to let my stream go. Y'all already getting ready to be in trouble. On July 9th. This is the type of shit I'm talking about. Yeah, dip more money. Hey, nigga, there's literally nothing on my screen but the motherfucking court case. So YouTube, I know you hear me. Motherfucking court case. See, this is the shit I'll be talking about, YouTube. That's why, like, July 9th, y'all niggas are gonna have to explain why all this shit be happening to my account, bro. So, hey, good luck. Y'all niggas is still doing shit. I filed my motherfucking, I filed my reply brief, and guess what happened the same night? Hey, so, hey, y'all can keep doing all this shit. Whatever y'all feel y'all need to do, YouTube. I ain't tripping. I got court July 9th. And y'all gonna have to explain how the day that I motherfucking filed my reply brief, y'all, nigga, I can play piggy bank on this shit. Y'all niggas don't run shit. You whole ass niggas don't run Nathan. July 9th. Because here we go again. It seems like every time I file something, the same day something happens to the channel. So Good luck on July 9th, YouTube. Well, fun fact, not Foxy. I've been doing it so long. I was streaming before they made that rule. I was like one of the last batches of folks before they instituted that rule. I think when I started, live was at like 200. Fired a blunt up indeed. When I scroll down, Joe, I bet not see that you was ready to kill this nigga over piggy bank. My favorite line still, bro. That fat nigga thought lean back was in the club. Joe, put it on your mama you didn't think lean back was in the club. That fat nigga thought lean back was in the club. Janice, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't give a fuck what they do with their automated system. They just gonna start fucking with me. That's all they need to worry about right now. They need to worry about like, hey, we gotta leave. I'm getting ready to get a protective order anyway. Because I'll get to tell this in court July 9th. Like, look, Your Honor, the same day I filed my reply brief, they suspended my stream for no legal reason whatsoever. YouTube be thinking that they think that they have the right to just like, we have the right to just turn off anybody's shit anytime we want. No, you don't. You have to have a specific reason. Because it's torturous interference when you don't. Because this is my business. So if y'all niggas don't, y'all niggas want all the money and everything, but don't want no responsibility. I'm so happy I'm climbing the YouTube mountain. Like every time they do some shit like this, it makes me so happy I'm in litigation against them. But let's continue, shall we? I don't know. They did that shit over piggy bank, 100%. This isn't a guess. I know exactly why they did it, and they're not allowed to do that. They're not allowed to do that. See, for you YouTubers that don't know, YouTube is not allowed to disable any of your videos over alleged copyright issues because YouTube is not allowed by law to adjudicate copyright issues. Because obviously my use of it is fair use out because I was playing to everybody while Joe probably wanted to kill 50. And we gonna see if I'm right. But so like the fact that I lost like what 30 like viewers and shit like that, all right, they're gonna have to compensate me for that. And that's why the YouTube's lawyers, they're so stupid. Like, they not even smart enough to just tell YouTube, hey, just stop fucking with that nigga until this court case is over. Nope, they just keep stacking up. So now at this point, I don't even get mad no more. It's just more shit to go in the case. Prior federal tax conviction and DOJ documentation of enterprise pattern. Nah, nigga, I want the 50 cent shit. I'll come back to this. Nah, we'll keep going. The defendant's prior criminal conviction further evidences his long-standing efforts to conceal racketeering proceeds and demonstrates both the continuity and intent central to the RICO framework. On or about December 20th, 2012, in the U.S. District Court for the District of New York or New Jersey, defendant Cartagena pleaded guilty to 2 counts of willful failure to file income tax returns in violation of 26 U.S.C. 7203. As stated in public filings, this channel ain't going nowhere. I'm in litigation. If anything happens to this channel, we win. So this channel ain't going nowhere. And we got like 5 channels, all of different flavors. Pause. As stated in public filings and DOJ press releases, the defendant earned over $3.7 million between 2007 and 2010 through business entities including Terror Squad Productions, Miramar Music Touring, and FJTS Corp. He failed to file income tax returns for those years and did not make any meaningful attempt to rectify the delinquencies until criminally charged. He was ordered to repay $718,038 in unpaid taxes, fined $15,000, and sentenced to 4 months in federal prison, followed by 1 year of supervised release. These facts are documented in the indictment, plea agreement, judgment of conviction, and Department of Justice press releases. Or press statements, I'm sorry. Rather than viewing this conviction as a deterrent, the defendant reportedly used it as a personal branding moment. He designed an album cover resembling a federal interrogation room and boasted to plaintiff and others that the feds could never pin anything substantial on him. This post-conviction behavior illustrates a brazen disregard for the law and reflects how criminal activity was normalized and celebrated within the enterprise. The defendant's conviction and post-conviction conduct establishes clear knowledge of his legal obligations and a willful intent to violate them, a deliberate effort to conceal income derived from enterprise activities, evidence of both closed and open-ended continuity of criminal conduct, particularly financial crimes, and supporting the RICO pattern alleged in this complaint. These facts are matters of public record and subject to judicial notice under Federal Rule of Evidence 201B. They support plaintiffs' claims not only for civil RICO, but also for financial fraud, tax evasion, and enterprise concealment strategies. Joe, you understand this nigga told on you, right? And you understand the feds wrote this shit for him, right? I just want to make sure we all on the same page, Joe. Bank shit sells, buck shit sells, game shit sells. I'm rich as hell. Pistol Pete's social media campaign affirming his repeated acts of violence. During a YouTube interview, Kill All Rats, How a Puerto Rican Gangster Terrorized New York Prison System with Johnny Mitchell, the connect with Johnny Mitchell, defendants Pistol Pete lamented on the time that he orchestrated and executed a gang riot while in prison, which resulted in several African-American inmates being jumped and stabbed up. Nigga, this is a real video and we gonna have to watch this shit. This ain't even real, bro. This shit don't feel real. Upon information and belief, Kill All Rats is an organization created and ran by defendants Pistol Pete, Cartagena, and Rich Player. At the 2 minute and 4 second mark. And it wasn't even like that. You know, we were, so this is a real exclusive, bro. I went and I told everybody that was in my unit, everybody that was black that I know, you know, like my, you know, guard buddies that I know. Okay, Sean, yo, lock in, stay in your cell. Muhammad, stay in your cell. Why you telling me to stay in my cell, Pistol? Stay in your cell. You know what I'm saying? All right, boom. So, I told all my black friends, stay in the cell. We went out to the yard, boom. The guys ran down on the guy that cut the other black kid, right? They all ran down on him, almost killed him, an inch away from his heart. Took him to the hospital. Now the whole jail was closed. Yeah. Now they opened the jail again, and I go back out there and I said, okay, on this date, this is what we're going to do. This day, we're going to go out there. We're going to put the Puerto Rican flag in the middle of the flag, and we're going to stab everybody that's black.
This the kidnappers again, man.
Man, stop saying that shit over the phone. Damn.
I can't say shit, can
Nigga, did you go on an interview and admit to orchestrating a hate crime? Hold on a second. All right, I'm back, y'all. The family is all up for football's birthday, apparently. Happy birthday to football. I'm gonna read to probably the end of this section, then I'm out, so I can get, because I got a gang of shit I gotta do tomorrow. I got a gang of shit to do. Hey, first of all, hit the like button. Second of all, YouTube, y'all still on bro, y'all. The odds of y'all doing some shit the same day I file my reply brief, you can't make this shit up with y'all. But that's cool. I'm going to go right into court on July 9th and mention that yet again, July 9th, or yet again, the day that I filed my reply brief on June 21st, this is what the fuck, or June 20th, this is what the fuck happened. Cuban Leak said he don't like black people. Oh, this is the shit that kills me with this whole Joe incident. I'm just like, bro, y'all niggas is just like wildin', bro. This nigga, like literal YouTube videos that are up live right now, niggas is admitting to fucking doing hate crimes. That shit crazy. And that motherfucker said, and I did that. I went out there and we did that. We put the flag and I stabbed everybody.
This the kidnappers again, man.
Man, stop saying that shit over the phone. Damn.
I can't say shit, can I?
I can say that the event itself is alleged, but nigga, you are on video saying this. We put the flag and we stabbed everybody. And the guy that was the main guy that was getting away, he was handcuffed, shackled, and they was escorting him out. And I ran down, chased the police down, backed him down. I cut him in front of the police. Oh my Lord. Here, defendant Pistol P shows no remorse for committing serious acts of violence. It is also important to note that this interview aired on May 25th, 2025. Nigga, so just last month this interview dropped? So the predicate act summary. So this would be a great place to stop since they doing all this summary shit. Forced labor of plaintiff. So I'm gonna just read the description and then I'm gonna follow it up with the conduct summary, okay? Forced labor of plaintiff, TA. Coerced plaintiffs labored through threats, delayed pay, and false IRS filings. Sex trafficking of plaintiff. Coerced plaintiff into non-consensual sexual acts under threat and manipulation. Witness retaliation. Attempt to lure plaintiff into violent ambush after public disclosures. Conspiracy to commit violence, redacted, which we figure is probably murder. Defendant admitted prior violent act resulting in wrongful conviction of another. DMX assault directive. Ordered plaintiff to confront rapper DMX in retaliation. Latin rapper stabbing, caught ketchup. Retaliatory stabbing, ordered using enterprise code ketchup. Cafe ketchup incident, public stabbing ordered in retaliation of nightclub altercation. Mac Main assault directive, directed plaintiff to assault Mac Main for perceived disrespect. Interstate sex trafficking of minors, transported minors for coerced sex under false pretenses. Commercial fraud, up NYC. Fraudulent sneaker resale and chargeback schemes. Tax evasion and money laundering. Use shell companies and fake filings to hide income. Public use of ketchup code. Confirmed violent slang term for stabbings during public interview. Jesus Christ. PPP loan fraud. Secured relief funds under false business pretense via sneaker addict touring. Unauthorized legal practice. And I'm supposed to believe that this one nigga filed, like he wrote this whole lawsuit. Like the feds clearly did this shit, bro. Hold on a second. The feds clearly did this shit. Unauthorized legal practice. File shell company documents while unlicensed to practice law. Structuring laundering via shell companies. Use nominee entities to obscure ownership of enterprise income. Wage theft and coercion. Paid plaintiff off books, inflated IRS filings, and suppress real income. Assault of Dre, Clappy. ordered physical assault of music producer to intimidate industry collaborators. Money laundering via Up NYC, cashed out illegal funds, ghost payroll, luxury displays, and cash structuring. Online threats and intimidation, sent coded threats via burner accounts to obstruct legal filings, ghost contracts and royalty fraud, fabricated split sheets to remove plaintiff from song ownership credits, forced exhibitionism and sexual degradation, forced plaintiff into group sex, voyeurism, and public humiliation. Wire fraud, tax fraud, and coercive wage theft statutes violated. From 2017 onward, Roc Nation and BDO under Cartagena's direction misclassified plaintiffs' labor to evade taxes, suppress rights, and enforce. Structuring wire fraud and laundering of enterprise proceeds through layered bank accounts. Economic control while, okay, so the last one was suppress rights and enforce economic control while profiting from the scheme. All right, so this one. From 2016 to 2024, the enterprise used multiple Sabadell accounts to launder proceeds from forced labor and fraud, routing funds through shell companies under BDO's oversight for Roc Nation. Payroll fraud, tax misclassification, and coercive financial structuring, statutes violated. Since 2017, Roc Nation and BDO used false W-2s and 1099 filings to suppress plaintiffs' labor rights, laundering payments through shell entities and Sabadell accounts to conceal enterprise coercion. Taken together, the conduct outlined above constitutes predicate racketeering acts under 18 USC 1961 1D, which includes offenses. Hold on a second. Which includes offenses indictable under federal law relating to money laundering and financial fraud. Defending Cartagena's deliberate use of shell companies, nominee-controlled accounts, and sham bookkeeping was not limited to tax evasion. It was part of a broader ongoing strategy to systematically launder racketeering proceeds and shield enterprise assets from detection and liability. This pattern of financial misconduct, spanning fraudulent corporate filings, deliberate misclassification of income, misuse of Paycheck Protection Program (PPP) loans, and concealment of cash earnings from international performances demonstrates both closed-ended continuity, a series of related acts over time, and open-ended continuity, a threat of continued criminal activity. Sufficient to satisfy the pattern requirement under the RICO statute, the Cartagena Enterprises' illicit financial architecture was deliberately designed to obscure the source, movement, and beneficiaries of criminal proceeds. See, look, Joe, if you would have just paid this nigga, see, now that you didn't even pay him, the feds really can't look at him, because you can't even point back and be like, well, this nigga was benefiting from all this crime too. You can't even say that. If it ain't about money, why we wasting time? Nigga, this reads 1,000,000 times worse than Diddy shit. This shit reads 1,000,000 times worse than Diddy, bro. Joe, what the fuck? You the Don, but you can't pay this nigga this little, all them other records you had way before All the Way Up, and he didn't say he did Lean Back or no shit like that. You just a cheap, greedy nigga. The only niggas you was most likely giving bread to for real was Pistol Pete and them, because them niggas was catching bodies. Allegedly. Well, the way this shit's reading, Asen, which was happening, this shit ain't even reading like Joe's part of, no, Joe was just running his own little shit. And not even really on no gang shit. It was just like, Man, it's just me and my homies. We laundering all this money, and if niggas get to acting fugazi, we gonna handle that. Like, just on some real, just like, I mean, this is some 70s shit. It was hard to get away moving like this in the 70s. So now I see why the nigga was all aggressive in them Instagram messages, because he's like, man, you don't even understand. You think that I'm out here solo. If y'all niggas even remotely touch me, y'all all going to prison for life. He knew that. That's why he was antagonizing Joe, getting Joe to say goofy shit on the phone. That's why he getting the hitters to say goofy shit on the phone. Because he's sitting there texting you in the fucking, probably from the Fed's office, nigga. I'm like, you've been punking this nigga. This nigga said he was up under Joe for 16 years. Joe, you've been robbing this nigga and all types of hoe shit for 16 years. And then all of a sudden this nigga grow the biggest sack ever. Like, nigga, pay me or it's up for you. And you sitting here looking at it like, how you threatening some shit gonna happen to me, nigga, when I'm gonna do it to you first? Joe had the audacity to try to shoot this nigga for defamation. That was the worst thing you could have did, bro. And I understand the tactic. It was, in hindsight, it was a smart tactic. It just didn't go the way you wanted. Because if you rich, I have wondered why people haven't done that more often when they rich. When you rich, you can sue a nigga for defamation even if your case is weak. Even if he didn't defame you. You can sue the nigga for defamation. You may not win the case going far, but the nigga, whoever you going against, you gonna deplete all of their resources, them trying to fight it. Because the nigga came out, he set the bait trap for Joe and he took the shit. The nigga came out and was like, yeah, Joe was fucking with underage bitches. And Joe was like, I'm gonna be proactive. I'm gonna actually sue this nigga for defamation. See, this is why people like normally just threaten and don't do it, because if you lose, you gonna be fucked. So that's why Shannon Sharp threatened that shit. He still ain't filed a motherfucking thing. Because filing a defamation case that you can't win it on some shit like that, it basically is over for you. So if Shannon Sharp had filed a defamation case on that chick and lost, what does that mean? That means that she wasn't lying on that nigga. Case closed. Joe, you stupid as fuck. We on page 77. Nigga, look at this shit. They got the whole fucking family tree right here, bro. You the Don. This shit crazy, bro. This is why I know it's the feds. This nigga didn't do all this shit. Like, his lawyer didn't write this shit for him. He did not just, him and his lawyer sit around and do this shit. We gonna read the rest tomorrow for sure. Oh, well, I think we almost done. Nah, it's still like 8 pages. It's too much. Nigga, this is crazy, bro. They said you tried to kill 50, man. Oh, no, nigga, they got motherfucking... Man, stop it, Joe. They got all types of... This is a fake pay stub? Joe, what are you doing? Good night, hound dog. One more blunt and I'll be saying good night myself. They got fake pay stubs from you, Joe. What is this? Joe, you really fucked up, bro. Look at all these counts, man. The feds is coming. I hope your fat ass is gone. A lot of people think you had something to do with Pun, bro, so I hope not, because this could be some of that karma. Oh my Lord, they got the board up here, nigga. Pocket full of paper so these haters can't stand me. Ballin' like the Lakers, keep heat like Miami, and we. Joe, you was really out here like that. It's wild. They done broke down all this shit, Joe. We got so much more left, nigga. It's crazy. This is the whole fucking federal RICO, Joe. They literally could just file this as the criminal complaint. Joe, this shit wild, bro. This ain't even real. Talking about stabbing niggas, going at Mac Main, tax evasion, commercial fraud. You like working here? Then shut your mouth. Not you try to cover up a rape for somebody else. Damn, Joe. Tory Lanez statement. Joe, you actually said Tory Lanez caught ketchup. Oh, Jesus, bro. You know, sad news in hip hop. Tory Lanez caught ketchup. What? Tory Lanez got stabbed 14 times in the yard. Oh, yeah, man, it's sad. Your slang today is off. Yo, what do you want? Your slang is out of this world. No, I heard that. No, on a so Jada heard you say the ketchup shit and was like, what are you saying on air? Oh, wow. Man, the Fed's been watching you, nigga. This one nigga wasn't mad. Your hype man wasn't sitting around mad at you watching all this shit, Joe. You understand this, right? This little nigga didn't come up with this idea of suing you for a RICO by itself. You know this, right? Joe, this is the last thing I'll read. Conspiracy to murder 50 Cent assassination plot statutes violated 18 USC 1959 A5 violent crimes and aid of racketeering attempted murder 18 USC 371 conspiracy to commit a federal offense Florida statute 782.04 777.04 murder and attempt New York Penal Law 105.15 125.25 RICO predicate 18 USC 1961 1A. Key participants: defendant Cartagena, unnamed enforcers, associates, and assassins. Location: Miami, Florida. 50 Cent, New York City. Winter approximately 2006 through 7. Description of conduct: defendant Cartagena engaged in a calculated and premeditated conspiracy to murder rapper Curtis Jackson, known professionally as 50 Cent. Around the winter of 2006-2007, defendant Cartagena was residing in Miami when he received a call reporting 50 Cent's presence at a New York venue. Defendant Cartagena ordered the hit, but 50 Cent was surrounded by Navy SEAL type security. and the would-be assassins were afraid to make the attempt. Enraged, defendant Cartagena openly admitted placing a bag on 50 Cent's head, street slang for a bounty. and expressed frustration that he had not yet succeeded in executing the plot. He told associates that he had been trying to get this nigga for a minute and lamented the failure of his terror squad crew to carry out the hit despite multiple opportunities. This omission occurred at defendant Cartagena's residence in Miami. The plaintiff was present when defendant Cartagena made these statements. The defendant was visibly distraught and shaking when discussing the plot's failure, suggesting not only intent and active planning, but also direct coordination with individuals acting on his behalf. The plot involved tracking 50 Cent's movements via his performance schedule and attempting to ambush him at multiple public venues. Despite the failure to carry out the assassination, defendant's statements confirm his role as the intellectual author and financier of a murder conspiracy designed to eliminate a perceived rival and solidify defendant's dominance within the entertainment industry and the criminal enterprise. The attempted assassination is consistent with the enterprise's pattern of retaliatory violence against perceived disloyalty, disrespect, or competition. It also reinforces the enterprise's use of lethal force as a means of control and fear across both the music industry and its illicit financial operations. These acts constitute conspiracy to commit murder in aid of racketeering under 18 U.S.C. 1959 A5, RICO predicate activity under 1961 1A due to the overt planning, declared intent, and enterprise-based motive. Yeah, did more money. Yeah, but the hype man got more stories than Cassie. Cassie ain't got these stories. As a matter of fact, she didn't even bring up the time that she threatened to kill a nigga. She left that part out conveniently. Hey, Joe. If you haven't already ran, I hope you get your affairs in order because they getting ready to make you lay down, young nigga. Or wannabe young nigga is what I mean. This is unbelievable. I'm truly just like in disbelief of all of this. Unreal. Are they gonna bring up Cassie? They already talking about it. It's already been played in court. The defense, I can't wait until I see they witnesses. Them niggas is getting ready to eat. This shit's crazy night. But it's all right. Tomorrow, I should be on the air, but if I'm not, we'll continue this on Monday. You know, I'm going to enjoy my daughter's birthday. I will not be exiting stage left to come to work. Now, I think one of her friends possibly staying the night with her, so that would mean, like, when I get home, then whatever. But if that's not what's happening, hey, I'll see y'all Monday. They do be having like some types of studios in prisons. Like when you go to the music areas, some of them. Damn, Trap Lord, you dropped a video and it ain't really getting no views at all, nigga. That's terrible. Well, I guess that's the Trap More channel. I can't wait till the day people open up about Khaled's weird ass. Well, here's the thing with Khaled though, Josu. Khaled, it makes me think it's gonna be harder to get him because the whole way that he blew up as who he is putting other people on. He was paying producers, paying rappers, and being just a glorified middleman. The glorified middleman tends to not get fucked up because he keeps his relationships good because it's key to his survival. So whatever the fuck Khaled's doing and shit, he's either keeping it quiet enough or paying niggas enough. This shit right here with Joe, when I read it, it makes sense. Like, you a cheap ass nigga. And cheap ass niggas, you generally be like, I ain't paying you shit because what you gonna do? You gonna go tell the police or something? You know, niggas like to do threats and shit like that, which is the same shit that this nigga is doing. This nigga's doing the same shit. Basically, so all of the DJ Khaled albums, he was paying the producers to get the beats, then he was paying all of them famous rappers to get on the tracks. So that lets me know that his networking and shit's good. And one way you keep your networking on that type of shit good is you got to make sure you take care of everybody. So Joe ain't have no network like that. If you think about it, like every major rapper fuck with Khaled. And he ain't never in beef with nobody. Yeah. Khaled be into some fucked up shit and he be at all them fucked up parties. I've seen footage of Khaled at a Diddy party. I've seen Khaled everywhere. But he's gonna be one that I feel is gonna be hard to dun off because ain't nobody gonna really tell on this nigga. Ain't nobody gonna say shit to this nigga. So, you know, that's the way this shit go. The game is crazy. I was not prepared for this Fat Joe news this week. And then even when I've heard, I'm like, oh yeah, Joe, it's Joe's turn with a case. I can't say this with Joe shit, bro. This shit with Joe is insane, bro. Like, this shit would read worse than Diddy. Like, all the little kids, I don't even want to say little to try to disrespect, but all these fucking cases we keep hearing and whatnot, none of them have read like this. We still got to read the rest of Tyler Perry shit, but Tyler Perry shit just sound like he was just a old school predator, like one of them bosses from the 60s and 70s and before the shit was illegal, where it was like, basically like, bitch, if you want to keep your job, you gonna have to give me some pussy. That's basically what Tyler Perry shit read like, and that's not to downplay it at all, but that's a lot less than this shit. Yeah, this shit hit real different. Yeah, this nigga Tyler Perry shit is kind of like, nigga, I'm trying to fuck, and if you don't want to let me fuck, I'll kill your character off. This other shit crazy. To be a millionaire and a public figure doing this, it's cold business. This shit cold work, bro. But the way that this shit written for Joe, bro, I'll be shocked if this ain't soon followed up with a visit from the feds, nigga. And Joe, since you've already done Fed time, they gonna use that against you, nigga, and you gonna go lay down. I hope we all on the same page about this. Joe getting ready to go lay the fuck down. Yeah, bro, you hear how the shit written. You think that this nigga just sat up with a lawyer and him and his lawyer mapped all this shit out like this. And they all know that Joe ain't gonna pay. They knew this. Cause the nigga, the way he sounded, especially the way that the nigga sounded, the way he was talking to Joe, it sounded like he already done been wrote this money off. He been wrote this shit off. PPP fraud in 3 states. He's alleged to traffic 3 minor chicks that's on record. Murder for hire. All just like, I can't even believe all the counts, bro. Can't believe all the counts. Fly Eagles Fly was happening. This shit don't make no damn sense. Yeah, PPP loan was, the government was like, damn, we can't get enough people with crime because everybody got it. That's what that shit felt like to me. It felt like this is how they was gonna make up for not being able to arrest people and shit more. Cause you know crime and shit and arrest and shit was down during motherfucking COVID. People couldn't even really go outside. So it was like, how can we get niggas to still be on some shit that we could lock them up for? Mind you, Joe, and it was a lot of niggas where it was like, y'all had money. And it was just like greed. Joe wasn't broke where he needed to do a PPP scam. He did it because it was right in front of him. Oh, they did some PPP forgiveness, but the niggas that flat out was using sham businesses and shit, no, they didn't get none of that. I thought Joe did. First of all, I never took Joe serious like any of this. Which he don't sound like he was no big ass drug lord or no shit like that. It just sounds like he was a shady ass nigga that did shady ass shit to people around him, and he was cheap as fuck, and he was willing to do some shit. Because a lot of people think that, you know, just because you willing to do some shit, that means you gotta necessarily be on some fucking Nino Brown level of murdering and shit like that. But it was like, you know, he wasn't getting into it. From what we reading so far, he wasn't getting into it with like rival crews or nothing. It was just like, if you decide to disrespect Joe, he was going to try to hurt you. DJ, what's happening? Joe flat out like, nigga, I'm gonna hurt you. Exactly. Exact. Fly Eagles fly. That's exactly what I was like, man, Joe just a hating ass nigga. He always sound like because bro, it's a lot of shit that I heard Joe say throughout the years that hit different now, where it's like Joe would say shit, niggas just assume Joe was lying like a motherfucker. Now it's like, nah, man, Joe was out. He had a couple niggas with him that was like that, because we ain't heard shit about Joe putting a pipe on nobody or no shit like that yet. But he would make that call to some niggas that would quick. But his dumb ass that looked like he'd walked into a RICO. Unbelievable turn of events for Joe. Very, 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 very shocking end to the show for me. For sure, though. Ray, what's happening? And that shit was so crazy where I didn't even cover that shit, that 607 Unc no jumper shit, because I'm not surprised the 607 Unc is on no jumper. This nigga came in the game talking about he was full Illuminati, sacrificed his own son and all this shit. I'm like, that's right up no jumper alley. But I'm getting ready to get out of here, y'all. I gotta go get ready for my daughter's birthday. Then again, I'm probably lying. Say goodnight to your boy. Water park for daddy tomorrow. Nigga, I gotta take the car back to the shop. These niggas need to reprogram Christy key. Christy started up the car with her key today. The motherfucker was like, no key, and turned off. I'm like, damn, these stupid. I was like, it's an actual key we put in the car. How the fuck does it need to be reprogrammed? So I probably gotta do that shit Monday. Nigga, it costs $30 to park at the water park, nigga. That's why I'm parking at Walmart and catching an Uber for $5. And then catch an Uber back for $5 and then go pick them up. $10 parking. It really is, Scott. Because it's like in a funky area where there's really no business. There used to be a business or two around there where people go or whatever. They got it in a perfect place where it's like, it really ain't nothing right there. So yeah, that's how I play that shit. I'll be dropping them off at the front. Go park at Walmart. Let the Uber come pick me up. And drive my black ass, or ride my black ass right to the park and let the Uber drop me off. $5 back. That's $20 off parking. Big Ray. What's happening, Ray? Good night, Ray. Lennox, Carefree. Appreciate it. Nessa. J Rock. Fly Eagles Flying. D. Holly. Big. DJ. I think I said Big. Who gives a fuck? Asen, appreciate it. Holly. Shout out to everybody with all the birthday wishes and shit for my daughter. That is very humbling. It's very appreciated. God is great. Tata. Fat Joe. Look, Tata. Fat Joe shit may be the I'd have never guessed this. If you would have named all the celebrities with these court cases and shit and these lawsuits shit out, I'd have never guessed that the most ridiculously damning sounding one would be Fat Joe's. They got phone recordings. They got text messages. They know the last four number. They telling us the last four, but they know the number to the burner phone. Yeah, Ty, you about to have your jaw hit the floor with some of this shit with Fat Joe. Actually, that's the crazy thing, Scott. They don't. I think that's their way of getting their tax on is the mandatory like $30 parking, because it's a Six Flags place. It's Hurricane Harbor, Six Flags. And which is like not far down the street from us. And because one of her friends worked there. I don't know if they still work there or not. But like actually when you get inside, it, you know, it ain't the cheapest in the world, but they don't be hitting on the head. When Christy told me, because I was like you, I was like, damn, if they doing that for parking, what is it on the inside? And I was like, whatever. So I rather, like I said, I'd rather save that $20. So if she, whatever the fuck she want on the inside, you know, you can get it, you whatever. I don't care, it's your birthday. You know what I mean? You can have my last. Bills are paid. You can have the last. So, yeah, like when she told me that, I was like, oh, okay. So, at least thank God for that. Fat Joe is if we saw them double back on Diddy and Tata, just to give you a quick spoiler, the nigga tried to kill 50 allegedly. Clickety clank, clickety clank, the money goes into my piggy bank. Appreciate it, Holly. We shall have a blessed one. God is great. Just continue to pray for my wife. You know, she's still going through a hard time. You know, I know this week is going to be tough. You know, Mom's birthday is June 30th. So, and then, you know, she ain't here. I know that's why Christy can't sleep now. She ain't here to see her on her sweet 16. You know, just pray for my family. Just pray for my family. That's all we need. Kendra, be like Kings Island trips in the 80s with the family. You get hungry. We all go to the parking lot, station wagon, and get that red cooler. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Yep. Especially if you had a big family, you ain't had no choice. Cause especially you gonna do the whole day, so you may be lucky enough to get a slice of pizza at the end of the night. At the end of the night, we'll get one big ass pizza and everybody get a slice. But other than that, like, yeah, nigga, we going back out to the car. And then bring your ass back in. Well, damn, Josu, I'm glad you made it before we bounced. I love y'all to death, bro. Hopefully we can finish this tomorrow, but if I'm not here tomorrow, you got to forgive your boy, because shit, my baby girl's 16. And 50, just know, if Joe catch your ass lacking, nigga.
Belt to ash, I guess we gon' survive the onslaught of this lawsuit. He got 22 days from the 5th. But boy, I know that he coming back to YouTube because he needs some help, because his grip is gone. I might not have the lyrics, but I'm telling y'all that we're looking real strong, and I guess do say we ain't going nowhere. So this is what I'll say. You tried, they helped you, you failed. Good luck. Bye-bye. Dismiss. Get your ass out of here.
I got you, Joseph.
Gabby?
Well, you're coming to LA tomorrow?
Yes.
Well, I don't know why you want to go out.
Don't worry about it, Daddy.
Well, okay.
Okay, what?
Good night, Madeline.
Well, I'm not really interested in getting choked, so I guess we're going.
Yeah, I might choke you in public.
Sweetie! Sweetie!
Big black guy chokes small white woman.
Lord Jesus.
It's not a good look, Shannon.
Not a good look that you do what you did to me.
Okay, well...
Well, what?
I only heard from two teams. Guess what the two teams that called me Ocho say? What's your phone number? Where you gonna be?
Who that?
Hey, Shannon, one of them little white girls at the door, she got on a Gucci dog collar talking about she came over here instead of letting you choke her in public.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey, don't think you can start disrespecting me because you got the little white girl at the door and you live on the air, bro. I don't care about you being live on the air. Who you think you talking to?
Next door.
That's what I thought, bro. You better be talking to next door, man. You got me all the way messed up. Don't you ever disrespect me like that again. Just because you got all these cases and all that stuff going on, man, don't mean you gonna start disrespecting me, bro. Stop choking them little white girls. Got me all the way messed up. Hall of Fame head ass.
Cincinnati Bengals was one.
I would never intentionally hit somebody with a baton in the head. It would look intentional. But I wouldn't do nothing like that ever. I would never inflict pain on anybody. I'm not that type of person. I would never do that to nobody. You have to believe me. Why would I do that to somebody? If you look at the footage, you will see that I'm innocent. You know what I'm saying? I'm not that type of... I'm not a monster.
Hate that you said he wasn't a top 10 quarterback? Hate that you said he couldn't throw the ball?
We gotta look for that, Carefree.
Hate that he got over when push came to shove? Hate that he always say the right thing?
Money is nice, championships are better.
Hate that in your all-knowing, armchair wisdom, you were sure he'd come up short. Hate that you got it wrong?
Y'all bitches always worried about what they doing, who they fucking, what they got going on. Worry about.
I sat there and watched your ass eat a whole meal for $5. You had a fucking
Box of pizza, a slab of ribs
with a side of large fries, but ain't offered me shit though.
Nigga, you don't look hungry.
Got you from the hospital last night. Oh, that shit ain't scare you, huh? But you just want to keep stuffing shit down your mouth.
I just want to go back.
I just want to go back.
You want somebody to feel sorry, but you keep eating honey buns and shit under your bed. Yeah, I saw you last night trying to sneak them under there. I don't know how you got down, but I saw you.
Where?
Where? What the fuck you mean where? Oh, your big ass wanna play slow. All right. Tell me what the fuck this is then right here. Honey buns and shit. Oatmeal cream pie. What else you got under this motherfucker? Twinkies and shit.
Stop yelling at me.
Stop yelling at you. Your kids in there, we in this bitch hungry. They ain't eating shit. And you say, all right. No, I ain't put shit up, man. I ain't feeding your big ass no more, dog.
Hey, baby. Me and the kids about to go to Burger King. You want something?
Y'all see it. Yeah. That's what it is. Best hands in the world. Y'all be playing with me. Come taste it yourself. See all that butter? Deliciousness. Y'all want to know the secret so bad about the cookbook. A little bit more. A little bit more.
And this is why big backing is an epidemic. This is why big backing is an epidemic. I had to take a shot of insulin. Get some insulin from somebody else to finish watching this video. Y'all swear y'all be cooking. You got a whole 40-pound bag of sugar on 3 pans of yams. Talking about you see it. We see it. We see diabetes. We see gout, cavities in all teeth, hypertension, headaches, limb amputations, the big arm disease. I don't know what they call it, but just big arms. And if you can spread sugar like that, it's too much. Talking about it in a little bit more. That's enough. Jesus said that was enough. It's more than enough. It's abundant. You cooking up disease at this point. I wouldn't eat them yams with somebody else's mouth. We gotta do better. We gotta stop this mess.
God is great. I'm now the father of a 16-year-old. This shit crazy.
Yo, what's going on, boys? How are you?
Yo, dab me up.
Hey, all right, damn. What part of the city are you from?
Yo,
what's up?
there, brother.
Hey,
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah.
You guys ready for this?
Take this.
Oh, all right, sick. Why don't you guys come inside?
Don't ski.
These are the guys.
I'm Octavius Gray. And I'm Steve. Steve LeVois. It's okay, I have baby in here, right?
The video I played when I was on the couch in the beginning, shit was crazy. Fat Joe wanted Hungry Man dinners for Father's Day, and that's what they got him.
Set the mood right. Pick you up, baby, I'm looking so fly. Sunset rooftop, yeah, that's nice, right? Hop in the G-Class, I know you need that. Heart racing fast like the speed of light. Is this attraction, or is it the moonlight? You want satisfaction, but only for one night. This could be real love, but you've been broken, and I just want you to see what I can be for you. 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 You got me wrapped up in your love.
Barely.
Finding you is like a treasure. Making my heart feel this way, yeah, yeah. And I'll treat you so damn special. What you did, who you with, I don't care about those days. When I'm with you, I won't complain. Share your success and heartbreaks.
Yeah, you know I stay by your side, never leave you dissatisfied. But I need you to let me know. Sing that shit, Moose. It's my shit.
You want satisfaction, but only for one night. This could be real love, but you've been broken, and I just want you to see what I can be for you. What I can be for you. What I can be for you.
I understand, Josu. I wish like a motherfucker. It just ain't happening.
What I can be for you.
That's why I thank God for all of my memories, my sound mind and my memories, and a whole bunch of fucking pictures. Yep, at least she was born right at the start of portable technology. Thank you, God. I got 2 more years left. before she start trying to make some decisions.
Crushed it.
God is great. Happy 16th birthday, football. Your mama said you can't move out of here until you're 26, though. Hey, man. I can't disagree.
Guys, I gotta go.
You got it,
I don't
Jess.
want to hurt myself.
You got a pee? It's all right.
No,
You got it, Jess.
You gotta go, girl.
Let go.
I don't even want to fall.
Turn to the side.
You're okay. Just
You're good.
land right on that booty, girl. Just put your legs out
Turn
and
to the
pull
side.
on your booty.
Jess, you're amazing. You got it.
You got it. You got it. Turn to the side. Just let go and turn. Like you're laying in bed.
Yep. Like you're jumping onto your bed on your side.
Just let go. Turn to the side. Shut your eyes.
You got it, my love.
Just turn to the side.
You're okay. Heifer.
I've never even heard of him.
Yo, man's best friend. And look what I got for Father's Day. Special request. They offered me all kind of fancy stuff. I wanted me a Hungry Jack. Old school at noon. This
Hungry man.
A Hungry Man. Salisbury steak. You guys ain't ready for this type of thing. Remember the chicken, the fries? This is the one I'm with the little. I'm going all in with this one. Happy Father's Day.
I'm petty.